Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet, together with my friend.
Dude,
My friend.
dude, I just figured it out. This is the weirdest thing ever, right?
What? What?
I realized after a couple live streams, I was like, man, I want some M&Ms. And I'm like, I don't even like M&Ms very much, right? And I was like, I want some M&Ms. But whenever you start your show, everyone in the chat starts going, and they make me. It's like it made me want M&Ms. Anyway, weird stuff.
Weird? That's what you figured out?
That's I was just like, no, because everyone's going M&M. No, I just saw it because it happened before. And I'm like, I want some. I don't want some M&M. I want something. I don't have any M&Ms. I want some. Should I go to the store? But then I was like, oh, people keep posting.
That's funny. That is pretty good. That's pretty good. Yes. So after talking about M&Ms, finally, let's talk about Eminem. No, let's talk about
Slim Shady.
Slim Shady,
real shady.
Please stand up. David, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? A lot of crap going on in the world, man. You seen this? A lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff going on in the world, including people being crackheads and going and harassing people.
Hey, because I know you actually want to talk about a crackhead. Just so you know, everyone in my family's a drug addict, so be careful what remarks you make.
Oh, okay. Well, what you know about those? You know those crackheads?
Wasn't crack. It was always meth and heroin and fentanyl. So not crack. Matter of fact, go off on crackheads. I don't care. Let's go for it.
So, yes, we're going to talk about an individual called Crackhead Barney, which will be a little bit less serious of a topic, but we're also going to talk about a bunch of arrests and crackdowns, not just crackheads, being made in America and also in Germany and in different places in response to pro-Palestine protests that have this. A lot of these protesters have this idea that they just can do whatever they want in the name of protesting. They think, oh, I have free speech here, and I have the right to protest. That means I can block all cities and prevent everyone from living their lives. And
yeah, what's up with these Protestants?
And if somebody stops me, then they are a criminal and they are a fascist. That's what they think. And this is the Protestants started this. What's wrong with?
They started this stuff, right? They're like, we can just protest the entire church.
Yes.
And then where does it end? Now it's we can protest anything anywhere we want and stop traffic and stuff.
Yeah, Protestants.
You know what we need? We need a Protestant Reformation where people don't protest so much.
That's good. That makes me want to bring out my symbols here, which I can't find right now because everything is all over the place. Anyway,
someone just said in the chat that another Christian priest was stabbed. I'm looking through the news right here. I don't see anything in the news unless it just happened in the next 5 seconds, in the last 10 seconds, and it's not news yet.
It's probably fake. It's probably not news.
Probably fake.
Jeremy Mott said, sorry for missing last night's live stream. How dare you? Oh, I was hosting a Seder for family and friends. Okay, well, you're excused. So it is currently an interesting time. And it is Passover.
Hey, I went to one of those when I was in Israel the first time.
You did?
It was actually pretty cool because there were like 40. Have I shared this on a stream before?
No.
Yeah, but there were like 40 of us in this room for this Sabbath meal, and they had this thing where everyone in the entire room introduces themselves and talks about what they do and stuff. And after each person speaks, everyone has to go l'chaim and take some wine, take a drink of wine.
Oh, you mentioned that, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, me and my wife were going dead last, and she's pretty lightweight even with wine, but she'd been taking sips of wine the entire time. And by the end, she's like, she was pretty buzzed by the time it got to her, and she's like apologizing for Christians not doing more to stop the Holocaust and stuff like this. This thing and then it's my turn, and I just end up making fun of her for being drunk and stuff like that. It was pretty fun.
That's quite wholesome to be.
It was pretty like I was super annoyed. What after like 6 or 7 people, I'm like, each person's talking for like 5 minutes. It's going to take all night. I got videos to edit, man. I got videos to edit. Everyone, come on, just hey, my name is Bob. Boom, next person, right? No, they won't do it. Everyone keeps talking. And so it's like 2 hours before they get to the end of us. And then by that time, it was dude, it was awesome. It was like world changing actually going through this, because going one person, next person, I'm getting progressively more enraged at everyone, right? Because they just keep talking. And then by the time it starts getting to us, then I start realizing the whole time I'm like, gosh, I've got stuff to work, I've got stuff to edit, I've got videos to post, they're ruining everything. And then I'm like, wait, this is the point of the Sabbath. Why don't you just take a break for 5 minutes, man? Why don't you just take a break and be with a bunch of people and be having a meal and sipping on wine and talking and not be focused on work? Can you do that? Can you do that for one evening? And then so I did that, and it like changed my thinking, like, oh, quit being enraged and just chill for a bit. And anyway, then when it was my turn to speak and introduce myself, I introduced myself as a ballet dancer, first of all, and everyone started making fun of me. And I said, well, I didn't say I was good. And then I talked about that whole thing. I was like pointing out, I was like, you guys were talking, just running your mouth, and you're like, oh, and then when I was 7, I was like, no one cares. No one, in my mind, I'm like, no one cares. No one cares about your background. Shut up, right? And I was like, but as it went on, then it might, and everyone's like cracking up. Anyway, it was super fun time, super fun.
That is pretty good.
I cannot imagine a Ramadan meal being fun like that.
You should have learned a lesson there and changed your life entirely, and learned to always take a break and focus on things.
I learned it right then. I did. I learned
it.
I learned that lesson that I never was able to keep up for. It's like one of those things you learn, you say, oh, that's awesome. And then but you still like, yeah. Anyway.
You haven't learned anything.
Yeah, it's tough. I got to get back to that.
You haven't learned. Magnum Opus said OnlyFans is Palestinian. This is true. Black Angel said, reminder, AP epically failed on OnlyFans. Please support him here. Apostate Prophet come. Thank you, Black Angel, for promoting the donate page in such a nice way.
Your OnlyFans page did suck, man. That was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. I went and washed my eyeballs out with Drano.
Yes, but if you want to support the channel, you can do so on apostateprofit.com/donate, not on OnlyFans. Not on OnlyFans.
Brianna said you made $5 in a month.
That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. Sankey said 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. Huh?
Oh, yeah,
okay. What is that about?
That's a video where the Muslims say, oh, Trinity, 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. Lol, so stupid. Christians don't know math. And then so I had made a video similar to this several years ago. And I said, so if you're saying something can't be one in one way, more than one in another way, what is the Quran? It's 114 chapters. Oh, and that equals 1 Quran. So you're saying 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. Anyway, when I did it like several years ago, I said 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 all the way up to 114 = 1. That's dumb. And then people said in the comments back then, lol, I thought you were going to go all the way up to 114. Anyway, this time I actually did it. I go 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 all the way up to 114 = 1. Is this how math works in Islam?
Anyway. Yeah. Dahlia is very mean and said AP showed us his feet. They're not worth the money. This is very rude. I mean, just at least don't say it publicly. Yes. Somebody said I loved AP's OnlyFans. Boink said that. Very, very, very nice. Boink. I'm sorry. It didn't work out.
Your wife's post here reminds me when you posted, you were pointing down at something. Well, I don't even remember. I just remember
it was a passport. Yeah,
your passport, and there was like what was that? A skeleton foot or something like that? I don't know what that was. There's this Your wife posts, "You should wear socks, honey."
It's funny. I posted a picture of my passport when I first received my American passport, and as I was taking a photo of it, and as I was posting it, I thought, this is kind of boring. I want to add something to it, and then I thought, oh yeah, let me go to an AI image generator and let it create a foot of a lizard with so many toes. So I created it and just put it on there. Lots of people didn't even notice, and those who did were like, "What is going on?"
I did. I was like, "What the heck is that?" And Mrs. Apostate post. That's funny. I didn't remember what it was a picture of. I just remember it was a creepy foot there, and then your wife saying, "You should wear socks, honey."
Anyway, enough about my feet pics. So we want to talk about Israel and Hamas, and we're gonna start it. Actually, I want to go one by one into different funny, sad, dumb things that I have seen, that we have seen over the last few days, starting with this.
You're hurting.
So here is a protester. Where is this, by the way? Which me when I've given my toddler 17 chances to go up to his room and get ready for bedtime.
That's funny. That's what I just posted recently, like comparing them to toddlers. It's the exact same mentality. This, do what I want or I'll throw a tantrum until you do what I want. But it's like all of it. It's like Islam is built like that. Like the whole ideology. Do what we say or we'll throw tantrums until you give up.
Yes. And you will see here right now.
You're hurting me. Just don't lift. You're hurting me. Ow! Ow!
Should have flung whatever that was over his shoulder.
This guy is crying.
Oh, it's a guy. I
here.
couldn't tell. That's why I said whatever this is. I couldn't tell.
We don't know.
He was screaming like a little girl.
I mean, I don't know, but it looks like a guy,
I
and
can't tell.
walks around with what appears to be a keffiyeh, but doesn't seem like an actual keffiyeh. It's kind of weird. I don't know.
We need to get
Seems
some
like
keffiyehs and show up to that place.
It seems like a fake, like an imitation of a keffiyeh you can find online somewhere.
I couldn't find one, so I drew my own with a Sharpie on my
But
on my
Imagine these guys here. They go on campuses. They go and scream, "Intifada revolution! Globalize the Intifada!
Ah, you're hurting me!
The resistance! We love you, Hamas!" and so on.
The
and then,
people united will never be defeated. You broke my pinky nail.
This is the pink Intifada.
You smeared my lipstick. I can't take it. Oppressor, it's literally genocide.
I honestly can't tell. I thought this was a guy at first, but now looking at it, it looks ambiguous. I don't know.
You're hurting me.
What?
It's Pat.
Yes.
You're hurting me. Just don't lift. You're hurting me. Ow! 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 Help!
Ow! Ow!
Help! What do you want people? Do you seriously want people to mob this cop?
I mean, look, you are engaging in illegal acts. These guys are so privileged that they actually think they have the right to protest in any way they want, to block roads and streets, and to occupy a university, and I don't know, to prevent students from going and studying, to prevent professors and others from going about their business. They think they can do all of these things, even when they are repeatedly told, you have to leave now, quit now, or you will be arrested. They still think, no, I have the right to do this. And then they are about to be arrested. Then they resist arrest, all of which is not legal. And then they're like, oh no, you're hurting me. Seriously, these people here, these people are the ones who go around and protest and talk about globalizing the Intifada. If a fly came into this person's room, they would be like,
It's genocide. I'm being ethnically cleansed by a.
And they talk about the Intifada.
You're hurting me. Just don't lift. You're hurting me. Ow! 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 Help! Help!
But you have super powerful combat boots on. He was nice because he could have just let whatever that is like fall on the ground, just like dragged it across the whole campus.
Yes. You
Th-
have
this is a weird situation because through no intent, it's not connected to my will as far as what it, but just given entire background of my life, I've never liked cops. I've never liked cops. It's not because cops are evil or something like that. It's just I don't know. You've just been part of an environment where cops are the enemy who are constantly screwing up things for you and stuff like that. So it's always just been wired into my brain. I don't like these guys. These guys got me rooting for the cops sometimes. That's how messed up the world is. These guys, you stupid protesters, have me, D. Wood, the Dizzle, a guy who does not call the cops. People call the cops on me. And you guys have me rooting for the cops now. What is this? Screwing everything up. Screwing up the world. The whole world is turned upside down now.
here is the second Intifada. The second Intifada, which happened between 2000 and 2005. During this Intifada, during this uprising, this series of chaos and protests and destruction, this was giant. This was chaos. This was the definition of chaos. You have all kinds of Palestinian organizations, terrorist organizations fighting against Israel in the most brutal, vile ways, including stabbings, shootings, bombs, suicide bombs, and so on. All kinds of different things. You have 1,000 dead on one side, thousands injured, thousands dead on the other side, and so on. And these guys are like, yes, we need to make this international. We need to make this global. We need Intifada everywhere. Intifada revolution. And then a cop comes and says, get up. And you're like, oh, no, hurting me. This is literally genocide. You giant babies.
Bunch of babies. Hey, that is because intifada means like uprising or something like that. And then but it was interesting when Jordan Peterson asked Masab Hassan Yusuf, what does intifada mean? And he says chaos.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because that's with groups like Islamic State and so on. You look at what they're actually doing. If people have a choice between Sharia and like Western democracy or something, if people have a choice between Sharia and some obviously superior system, they'll choose the better system. Even Muslims prefer to live where? Western countries. That's where they try to get out of the Sharia countries, the Sharia compliant hellholes like Afghanistan, and they move to Western countries. You look at what groups like ISIS and the other terrorist groups try to do. They try to switch the alternative to it's either Sharia or it's chaos. Take your pick. It's one or the other, Sharia or chaos, because people will take Sharia over complete anarchy and destruction where you have no stability. Sharia, if it's implemented, you do have some level of stability. It's just Sharia compliant hellhole stability, but it's better than completely unpredictable, just endless chaos and anarchy and death and bloodshed. They'll choose that. So they try to make that the option. And that's what they're trying to do over here. We're going to burn all your places to the ground. We're going to make it chaos or Sharia, because that's the only time Sharia could actually get some support.
That's also the thing. If you look at so we just talked about chaos, and I just brought this up. You look at the sides, at the parties involved in this conflict during the Second Intifada. This is literally chaos. You have on one hand Israel as a unity, as a nation that is defending itself, fighting against these Palestinian movements, which are not comprised of one ideology, of one idea. They are all kinds of different groups. This is an overarching group under Yasser Arafat. You have Fatah, which is loyal to his part of the organizations. Today
Hey,
is ruling over the West Bank.
hey, is
What?
that why so many Palestinians are fat when they claim to be starving?
Yes,
Like
that's why.
fata.
That was the worst joke I've heard in my entire life. Please
I
don't
tried.
let me.
Why do they always have? Because I sit there and make fun of them for faking Ramadan fasting, and we're actually just gorging ourselves with food, like 2 giant Thanksgiving meals twice per day, for an entire month, and then we all get diabetes and stuff. But look at all their names: fata, ham, everything. Everything's got food in it.
Ham ass. So on one hand, you have Fatah, which is supposed to be a leftist, liberal nationalist group that is leading the fight here in this case. But you have Hamas, which is actually contesting their rule and trying to take over. And there is a fight going on between these two groups.
They're killing
At
each
the
other.
same time, they are fighting Israel while they are
Mhm.
fighting each other. And Hamas is a hardcore Islamist movement. Islamic Jihad is on the side of Hamas, although Islamic Jihad is even worse in terms of being Islamist. They are an Islamist movement that completely rejects political organization. They don't have a political organization. They are only militant because they think there is no solution to be reached through politics. It must all be jihad. That's it. That's why they're called Islamic Jihad. Then you have the PFLP, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which was quite popular in the 80s and 70s and all that, which is a communist organization. Then you have the DFLP, which is a socialist offshoot of the PFLP, and Popular Resistance Committees, which is a mix of different groups. So you have the social democratic nationalist groups, Islamists, hardcore Islamists, communists, socialists, and then a wide net of different ideologies fighting each other and together fighting Israel. This is the definition of chaos.
And then it's let's globalize it. Let's globalize the chaos. We want to globalize the chaos. We want it on every college campus until you give us what we want. We want chaos throughout the world. It's one global tantrum, like a kid on the floor in Walmart rolling around. I'm not getting you Starburst. You're not getting any Starburst.
Yeah. Marxist Leninist Revolutionary Socialist Organization and Marxist Leninist Maoist organ. The funny thing about communist organizations is that they always do this thing.
Democrat.
Whenever you have communists organizing themselves in order to fight for a revolution, they immediately start fighting each other and creating more and more organizations to split from the main organization. They're like, no, I am Marxist Leninist. No, we are Leninist Maoists. No, we are just Marxists.
Trotskyist, I'll kill you. No,
we are Maoist. How dare you be Maoist?
How dare you? You're the wrong kind of communist. We'll kill you. No, we'll kill you.
And we respect Stalin. You. What? Stalin? How can you defend Stalin?
Stalin? No, you could have go with Trotsky. Bunch of morons, man. Guys, this is the biggest problem in the world today. It's not even Islam. The biggest problem is not even Islam, ladies and gentlemen. It's for some reason the entire world has concluded that any idea in any stupid person's head needs to be forced upon the world. Like all these stupid ideas of, well, this makes sense in my head, therefore it should be in the world. No. It doesn't. Not everything that works in your head actually works in the world.
Intifada revolution.
Hey, is that your buddy, that Finkelstein dude?
Yeah, you have Norman Finkelstein. Egyptian atheist said Norman Finkelstein masterfully demonstrates what it's like to be a useful idiot. And we are going to look at this video to further understand why Egyptian atheist is saying these words about No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Will you shut up, you idiot? Stop making a moron out of yourself, AP. You're making a moron. Just shut up. What the stupid moronic ideas that you keep spouting. This is a weird situation.
Mr. Borelli.
Look, this is a situation. This is a weird situation because, like, if we're talking about Ali Dawa, I like my Ali Dawa impression better than yours. If we're talking about Jordan Peterson, you clearly are better at Jordan Peterson than I am. On Finkelstein, it's two different scenarios. Mine's like yours like spot on. You sound just like him, but I also like the snaggletooth impression of him that I do.
Yeah,
and it's a weird one where I kind of like us equally, even though we're doing completely different takes on Finkelstein here.
Well, let's see if it sounded close at all. So, Egyptian atheist, my dear friend here, shared this. Said this is a masterful demonstration of being a useful idiot. I saw this. I did the longer video and watched the whole context. I was waiting for somebody to clip it appropriately, and he apparently did it. So, very, very cool.
Thank you.
You will see one thing here. Norman Finkelstein, as you can see here, says, "I don't agree with the use of the slogan 'From the river to the sea.'"
I don't agree with the slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. That's my view.
Yay, we're cheering for him because he's Norman Finkelstein, even though
the context is he explains how we shouldn't be using slogans that are too divisive and use something that will appeal to more people, especially in such a sensitive context and all that. But however, let's see what happens now as soon as he leaves the stage.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Oh, Norman Finkelstein got humiliated. I don't think that we should do that. Then screw you! 100% compliance with us, or will. That's funny. They brought in Norman Finkelstein and then owned him.
The thing is, when you watch the video, and it's a long video, his appearance is like, I don't know, I think about 10 minutes long or so. You realize why this is happening. It's because he's talking and he talks slow, and nobody is actually listening or even hearing what he's saying. All they want
he
is
finished. Yeah, cheer, yay!
All they want is, oh, Norman Finkelstein, yeah, he's on our side. He supports Palestine. Yeah, we have him on here. Let's see what he says. Well, actually, this is so boring. And then they don't listen to it, and this is what they do. Let's look at it again.
I don't agree with the slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And just say, "From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free." That's my view.
Yay!
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free.
Nobody listened. I'm wondering if Norman Finkelstein there is walking away and hearing that and thinking, you absolute morons. You're not even listening.
And this is this is actually very interesting because you have the people who, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Finkelstein understands that people have caught on to the idea that that's calling for genocide, right? People have caught on, so that now every protester who yells, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," people point out, hey, here's the map, here's the river, here's the sea. That chant means something. It means completely wipe out Israel. That's what it means. He understands that. He understands that that's going to be called out for being a call for genocide. So guys, we have to fix our motto. We have to fix it so that people can't accuse us of calling for genocide here. Let's be smart about this. No! Death to all Jews!
Man, oh man. I was just looking for this clip here, upon which I encountered this account that says, a minority. Dr. Finkelstein refers to these Wikipedia scholars as fantastic morons. And then there's an Islam channel label on it. When he says these Wikipedia scholars, he's talking about these two people, of which one is Destiny, and the other is Benny Morris, who is the foremost scholar on the history of Israel and the British Mandate of Palestine and the first Arab-Israeli war and so on. These people don't even know what they're going to. But anyway,
Wikipedia scholars.
I'm sure they believe it.
And if the Hamas
sure
is
they
hiding
believe it.
behind
Sure they
civilians,
believe
civilians
every
die.
time they target,
Simple as
every
that.
time they target a kid, I'm sure they believe it's Hamas. When they killed, when they killed the fool.
Angle you
Yeah,
yeah.
You see an article, those kids were identified. You can
Mr.
Google
Borelli,
it.
with all
Mr.
due
Finkelstein.
respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
You're such
That-
a fantastic
that war-
moron. Exit. Why don't you exit? Stage left.
it's funny how they sped it up because he's so slow.
Yeah, to make him sound like more.
All
Mr.
due
Finkelstein.
respect, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
You're such a fantastic moron. I wonder if he also thought that about the
Exit.
protest.
Stage left.
You're such a fantastic moron. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Yes. Further, there was another incident of a professor being arrested. Not this one here. This is a different. Is it the same? Oh, this is the same person. As she's being dragged away, I think. But no, is it? It's a different person. I don't know. Whatever. But here she is getting arrested. Caroline Follett.
Resist. I barely did anything. I came here
Wait a minute. Is this the video of the arrest?
impulsively, hit him on the head very lightly to get his attention. And they grabbed me, threw me to the ground, and arrested me.
I hit him in the. She said, "I hit him in the head."
Yes, yes. She admits there on video. For hours, people shared this a clip of her getting arrested. And we're like, look at it. This is how they are treating a professor. They are literally fascists. Oh, here it is. It's right here. Wait a minute. I think it's this.
Oh, he's got her in the arm. He's got her in the armhole. It's crazy to see these cops going this hard, man.
Do you hear that guy in the background? He's like, she's gonna die.
She's gonna die.
Oh my God! You people are fascists! You are Hitler!
You're fascist! You're Hitler! You hear it? You guys are fascists! You're Hitler!
God.
You're just the Jews, but you guys are Hitler!
So these people are taking over a camp and saying, we are occupying this space. Nothing will be happening here without our permission. We are taking over because we don't like what's happening out there. And then once they are arrested because they are not allowed to do this, they're like, this is fascism. Fascism. It's still literally Hitler.
Yeah, that's people don't understand. Like, so if you're engaging in civil disobedience, you're saying, okay, they're saying I have to get off this plot of land and so on because it's not ours and we're not allowed to do this, and so they're kicking us off, right? Civil, civil disobedience. There's a time and a place for civil disobedience, but part of it is understanding, hey, we are subjecting ourselves to consequences and we're willing to do that. In other words, yeah, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to get in trouble and I'm going to get arrested. And that's part of it. That's part of it to make my statement. But what are you doing crying like babies? I mean, you signed on for this. You said, okay, I'm engaging in civil disobedience. I'm going to sit here until they drag me away. And then, oh, I'm shocked. Look what's happening. These guys are literally Nazis.
Literally Nazis. You're fascist. You're Hitler. You are Hitler. These guys actually think that arresting somebody makes someone a fascist. Arresting somebody, by the way, who is interfering in an arrest of another individual who is also engaged in illegal activity. I don't know what these guys are thinking, but there are laws in a nation, right? A professor should be aware of this. There are laws for a reason. These laws are there so that you abide by them, so that you get in trouble if you violate them, because they serve proper functional purposes which you apparently cannot respect. If you try to violate these laws and you then get arrested, and somebody else comes and tries to interfere in the arrest and tries to stop the arrest, that is also directly illegal. That's directly a cause for another arrest right there. If you are then arrested, you shouldn't be crying, fascism, fascism, you're Hitler. No. By their standards, just stopping and arresting anyone for anything, it should just be called fascism, right? Should just be called Hitler. If you, I don't know, if you go and steal something because you're like, I don't believe that this belongs to you. I don't agree that this belongs to you. I will take it as I wish, and you get arrested for it. That means these police officers are fascist and they are Hitler because they are arresting you. That's apparently how it works.
Hey, if I were a hey, we should go out to one of these campuses and say, hey guys, if a bunch of cops show up and want to drag you off here, should they be allowed to do that? No, we've taken this. Oh, so you believe you can just go and take over someone's land? Right? What are you guys saying? You're saying you could just show up and say, this is ours now, right?
Oh, look, so we don't see what's happening here. But this guy then comes in and says, get on the ground, you're under arrest. And people are like, look how they are treating a professor just because she exists. But
yeah,
we will
that's what
hear
they
in a
did.
second.
They said, here's a professor. Let's go rough her up.
Get on. Get on. Get on the ground. I said, dog. You're a rabid dog.
Oh my God!
Give me some cops. You want to steal your
My head.
On the concrete!
Oh my God! Oh my God! You be more fascist! You are Hitler! You are a rabid dog! Shame on you! May you never live another day!
I am a professor!
Look, she's saying, I am a professor. Her objection to this treatment is, I am a professor.
Therefore, I can do what I want always.
So you're a professor, therefore you are above the law, and you can actually obstruct justice, interfere in an arrest, and even hit a police officer? And yes, hitting a police officer. We'll look at that in a second.
Every professor, everyone!
I'm a professor of economics!
You're rabid dogs! You are fascists!
It was a peaceful protest until they started fighting people.
Whoa!
I agree with you.
L-I-N. I reacted impulsively. I apologize.
No, you're right. It's right to rebel.
Wait.
Was she saying I apologize? I apologize. I'm sorry.
I agree with you.
L-I-N. I reacted impulsively. I apologize.
Wow,
You
that
said,
was quick.
I reacted impulsively. I apologize. Can you imagine this? I'll beat the crap out of all you cops. You'll never stop us. Oh, wait, they're putting handcuffs on me. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again.
It's funny because right there, right here. So she clearly goes from, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? Stop this right now. To no, I'm a professor. To I acted impulsively. I apologize. Please.
I apologize. Can you just let me go? I'll leave. I'll go home. Well.
Maybe you should have thought about that before. Aren't you a professor?
Dude, refusing to leave or resisting arrest.
Plus, by the way, she's guilty.
Those things are enough to get you in trouble. Assaulting a police officer, interfering in an arrest, and resisting arrest. This chick is in trouble, man. She's in trouble. And unless they decide to go just very easy on her.
She also impulsively admits guilt here, right there on camera. There, and also in a little bit in a different clip. Violent arrest of Emory professor spotlights brutality of police crackdown on campus protests. Wrote some blog. Cops take down Emory professor at anti-Israel protest that turned violent, head into concrete, then charge her with battery. Well, she's been charged with battery, apparently. That's interesting.
L.I.N. I reacted impulsively. I apologize.
No, you're wrong.
She apologizes. So she admitted guilt right there, and here you can see it once again. People were like, they just arrested her for no reason because she's protesting. Why is this happening? Is it because Israel is controlling our government now? Zionists are
How
in
much
charge.
did the Jews pay you to attack this poor woman who was minding her own business, teaching
I'm
her
sorry.
classes?
I'm sorry. This needs to be said. I'm sure that there are some. I'm sure that there are people out there, especially these completely naive, imbecilic leftist individuals who genuinely don't feel hate toward Jews and who genuinely think they're standing up against oppression and who genuinely think Israel is just being oppressive and all of that. They join in and say Zionists, but I'm sorry, it needs to be pointed out, probably the majority, but definitely a huge number of people who right now in this environment use the word Zionist to refer to these people, to refer to Israel, to send all kinds of messages. What they actually mean is Jews. They're just using the word Zionist because they don't want to be pointed at for saying Jews control the media, Jews control the government, Jews control our politicians, Jews control the authorities. No, that's why they want to say Zionist, because Zionist passes right now. It's right now in fashion. It's a good thing right now, the cool thing to oppose Zionists, to hate Zionists, and to say Zionists are oppressors. And they are making use of that and using Zionist when they actually mean Jews. Of course, there are some people, as said, who genuinely mean Zionists and who genuinely think they're standing up against oppression. But I'm sorry, ignorance is not an excuse. You are marching together with Nazis and Islamists and others who deliberately use the language in such a way to mask their hate for Jews, and you are supporting them. You are supporting them.
You got a request in the chat from your wife. It's a good request.
Have.
It's a good request.
Mosab Hassan Yusuf.
Yep.
What is this? D. Boudreau. Hey, what's up, D? D. Boudreau said these people are sick. They encourage martyrdom for the Palestinians, but they themselves can't handle being arrested knowing they face no physical harm. Exactly. Thank you. This is something that Muslims do all the time, that Muslims around the world do all the time. They, whenever something happens between Israel and the Palestinians, they fuel it. They fuel it so much, and they encourage the Palestinians to go out and to fight and die. And they do this from their safe homes, from their warm homes, while it's like they're watching a sports game, like the FIFA World Cup. I don't know, whatever it is, and they're like, "Yeah, go Palestine, go Palestine, go Palestinians! Yes, go die, and go kill the Jews." They are sending those people, the Palestinians, to their deaths. Meanwhile, they themselves are completely safe. Nothing happens to them. And at the same time, they also walk around in the UK, for example, in London, and say, "We love death. We don't care about death.
We love death more than they love life."
Yeah.
By the way, this is we talked about this yesterday, and it's the hypocrisy that when October 7th happened, and Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson were saying, "Hey, you got to go after Hamas, crush them." The response was from people like Andrew Tate, which Muslims cheered for, which Muslims loved, was, "Oh, you guys sitting in your studios calling for the destruction of Hamas when you're not actually out there fighting. You don't have to pay the price. What kind of pathetic individual encourages other people to fight but doesn't go out and fight himself?" The Muslims cheered for that. That's right. Tell Jordan Peterson that he can't tell Israel, yeah, you have to go after Hamas. You can't do that because you're not actually out there fighting. Meanwhile, Muslims and their allies around the world, yeah, Palestinians, keep dying. It doesn't affect us, but you keep dying. Guys, totally guys, this is like a very, very serious point here. If the message from around the world was, Palestinians, stop attacking Israel, get it through your heads, they've got their land, you've got this land over here, build something with your land, stop being obsessed with slaughtering the Jews, stop being obsessed with that, and focus on building up your own land here. Stop attacking them, just stop it. If that were the message from around the world, you might actually see people learn the point. But when the entire world is cheering them on, yeah, keep attacking, what do? That sends the message to the people of Gaza. Well, the world is behind us. There are people on college campuses. They're with us. So if we just keep attacking, we'll eventually win. And so you've got professors like this who are encouraging the endless cycle of bloodshed instead of saying, guys, get past it. Learn to live in peace with your neighbors.
So my wife just drew my attention to this as I'm speaking, by Musab Hassan Yusuf, who is, by the way, using a very popular old photo of himself. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is a Muslim Brotherhood strategy.
You're not even reading it like him. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is the cow.
This is a Muslim Brotherhood strategy. Targeting universities has been one of their most effective strategies. They infiltrate campuses through an angry cause, then they spread their indoctrination. Resistance by all necessary means, from the river to the sea. October 7 was a justified act of resistance. Hamas are freedom fighters. Globalized the Intifada. Hitler didn't finish the job. Their attempts to legitimize global violence and terror as an act of resistance. The useful idiots who have been spreading false allegations of genocide, colonialism, occupation, and apartheid are advocating on behalf of genocidal jihadists who hate America and Americans. The Muslim Brotherhood shadowy agents are the only beneficiaries from this chaos to make some American students believe that there is a hostage situation called Palestine. Then to weaponize the narrative to divide the American society is only one step. What is next? Targeting the economy. Woohoo! This guy doesn't play around.
He doesn't play around. You should be afraid of me. If I sentence my own father to death, you should be afraid.
This is legitimate stuff right here. This is how they operate. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
What is this?
Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll. Time to rock it from the Delta to the DMZ. Does that sound like an Elvis Presley movie?
Wake up, commies! Wake up! Wake up!
Wake up, commies!
Man. The flag guy.
You're too young. Do you even know what that's from?
Barely. I don't really know. No, I know clips.
The movie is literally called Good Morning Vietnam.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah.
Resist.
Let's look at her statement here once again to admit fault.
Resist. I barely did anything. I came here when I heard that they were arresting, cops were coming to arrest our students. And I came here and I saw a large man pinning one of our students to the ground, pressing on his neck and potentially choking him, causing life-threatening injury. And so I impulsively hit very lightly to get his attention.
Wait.
Hit him on the head very lightly.
Hit him on the head. She just confessed.
Threw me to the ground and arrested me.
Oh yeah, so
I hit him on the head.
It was no big deal. It was no big deal. I just impulsively I hit a police officer on the head.
What a dope. should have kept her mouth shut.
She actually admits guilt
That she
right
hit
here.
a cop in the head. So that's assaulting a police officer and interfering in an arrest and resisting arrest.
Obstruction of justice. What's her name again? Carolyn Follen. What is she a professor of? What did we say? Philosophy?
Well, definitely not law, or she would have kept her mouth shut.
No, it's actually research professor of economics.
Yeah, economics. Yeah, see, she didn't know the law.
Oh,
Rule number one, guys, rule number one. Shut up. Don't start confessing stuff on camera. Who does she think she is? Andrew Tate?
Yeah.
And all I did was repeatedly hit this officer in the head while he was performing his duties.
I impulsively hit him on the head very lightly to get his attention.
It's funny because she stops there for a second and then says, "Hit him on the head." She knows that's what she's saying there. She should probably not be saying.
Impulsively hit him on the head very lightly to get his attention, and they grabbed me.
All right, well, good riddance. Sorry, dear professor. What these imbeciles, these idiots, what the hell do they think they're doing? What else?
Pretty dumb.
Here
How you doing?
And meanwhile, they're screaming, "Free Palestine, free Palestine." This is outside Schumer's house on Brooklyn being arrested.
In vehicular traffic. If you do not move and get onto the sidewalk right now, you will be arrested for disorderly conduct.
Hey, yo.
Let's go!
Okay.
Hey, yo, I just looked up I just looked up the Daily Beast version. So it says cop slammed Emory professor's head into concrete, then charged her with battery. But the description here, that she walked up and was horrified. So, hey, in a disturbing video captured by CNN, Professor Carolyn Follen approached several police officers as they wrestled one protester to the ground, forcefully shoving their head into the concrete sidewalk. "Oh my God, what are you doing?" Follen asked, horrified. Follen yelled at the officers to get away from the student. She leaned down closer to the student, but did not touch them or any of the officers. They're proclaiming she didn't touch anyone, and they jumped on her. She literally just confessed on video that she hit the officer in the head, and it's being reported she didn't touch anyone.
Where
was
is
she
that?
lying? Was she lying? This is the Daily Beast.
Wow.
I just searched for it's the first article that popped up when I.
She confessed it right there. She confessed it right there. You can see that she's approaching. That look at here. Why is there no sound? Anyway, it cuts out. He's approaching, and nobody's doing to her at this point. Now you see that police officer right there.
Mm-hmm.
As she goes closer, she taps or hits, but in her own words, one of the officers, upon which this officer comes and says, "Get on the ground, you're under arrest." And
Yeah,
she then further goes and admits that she actually did it, that she actually impulsively hit an officer on the head. So she admits it herself.
Mm-hmm.
But you have,
and that angle didn't seem like it caught it, like, because her back is to it. So apparently that's when she's tapping the officer or hitting him. She said
hitting, yeah.
So that's when it happened. And note it, if it was just this video, you wouldn't even have the evidence of what she did, and yet she went away and confessed it.
Yeah, she said it right there. She confessed it. It's right there in her own words. I hit him impulsively. Yes.
There we go.
Further,
is that supposedly after the Alec Baldwin?
yes, which we are going to watch soon. Here's one of the examples, by the way. Here's one of the examples of what I was pointing out earlier. Look, this sign says, "Wake up! Our media, TV, radio, government are controlled by Zionists. Zionists are ruthless, brutal, heartless. Boycott Israeli apartheid," with a pro-Palestine flag. This is typical anti-Jewish language, anti-Jewish talking points.
Hey, so
they do this kind of stuff all the time.
So the media are controlled by Zionists, and yet when I look up one of these stories, it's she was just minding her own business, peacefully saying, "Hey, could we be more gentle here?" when police slam her face into the concrete and beat her senseless.
See,
that's the Zionist-controlled media?
Yes, you don't understand, because if it wasn't controlled by Zionists, then the media would be saying Intifada, revolution, free Palestine, globalize the Intifada. That's what the media would be saying. But the media is currently acting like they are against Israel, and they're reporting for the pro-Palestine side because they're controlled by Zionists.
Good point. I stand correct. The media is indeed controlled by Bibi Netanyahu.
Yes, indeed, directly. Now, here's Alec Baldwin. Not a lot of people like Alec Baldwin. Lots of people have problems with this guy.
He's one of these guys I have mixed feelings about. Like I'll see him and think, "Oh, this guy's awesome and he's hilarious and funny," and then the other times I'll be like, "Gosh, what a scumbag."
Yeah, and but this guy was harassed by by somebody who
I don't even know what to call whatever that is.
By this person here, who is known as Crackhead Barney. So let's look at the clip for a second here.
Alec, can you please say free Palestine one time? Why did you kill that lady? You killed that lady?
Totally unrelated.
Can you say free Palestine? Why'd you kill that lady? Why did that one movie suck so bad, Alex? Why? Why don't your own brothers like you, Alec?
You ain't got no jail time? No jail time, Alec? No jail time, Alec.
Completely unrelated.
You put innocent people in jail, Alec Baldwin. I'm so sorry. Free Palestine, Alec, just one time, and I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone, I swear. Just say free Palestine one time. One time. One time.
Call the police.
One time, Alec. You know he's a criminal. You know he's a fucking criminal. Come on, Alec. Just say free Palestine one time. One time. Just one time, please. And I'll leave you alone. Free Palestine. Fuck Israel. Fuck Zionism. Please say it. One time.
Could you do me one quick favor?
But he did the sucker hit, right? I'm not gonna let's whack. By the way, this is like a perfect encapsulation of the entire situation, right? Do what I'm telling you to do, and I'll leave you alone. Do what this is. Everything is about controlling people's behavior. Like, I will harass you, because this is what's going on with the entire world right now. We will harass you and make things suck for you until you do what we want. And take baby steps. Take a little baby step. Just look, you want me to stop right now? Just say this one thing, one little thing. Just say this one little tiny thing, and then it'll all be over. But you're conditioning the person to, your goal is to slowly condition the person to giving in. That's interesting stuff. Very interesting.
True. The problem with this footage here is it's very hard to tell what actually, once you know more about the person who filmed this and who did this whole thing, it gets a little bit weird. It's hard to tell if she's actually a pro-Palestine individual or if she's just
a troll
causing chaos for trolling. And we'll see more about that in a second.
Please, and I'll leave you alone. Free Palestine. Fuck Israel, fuck Zionism. Please say it. One time.
Could you do me one quick favor?
But Alec Baldwin, he's actually like, I don't know. If I got to walk for killing somebody, what are they going to do to me over slapping this camera? I'm a movie star. I'll get away with it.
It was an accident, to be honest, right? I don't actually know much about the case, but I think wasn't it like it misfired or it I don't know what happened. I don't know. I found this here funny. It says Mein Kampf.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Here's also another refreshing piece of news. Breaking: Ben Cohen, who was defamed after the murder spree in Sydney, has announced he's coming for Syrian girl and Aussie Cossack. Will Syrian girl finally repatriate to Damascus to avoid the consequences of her actions? And here's an image of her. For those who don't know, during the incident of the mass stabbing, mass killing in Australia, when the perpetrator wasn't identified yet, some people started this conspiracy theory, and Syrian girl and this guy Aussie Cossack, they jumped on it right away and started spreading it massively. That they found the guy who did it, and his name is Benjamin Cohen, and he's a Jewish Israeli, of course. So and they actually found the guy and found his LinkedIn profile and said it was that guy, but it wasn't him. The guy is around. He didn't do anything wrong to anybody. He has nothing to do with the incident. So this person, Benjamin Cohen, who was falsely accused by Syrian girl and others, was then brutally harassed and got into all kinds of trouble with people messaging him and sending him death threats and things like that. And the problem is, it might not have been as bad unless one incident happened, which is that the Australia 7 News picked this up, that the person who did the attack is known as Benjamin Cohen, and they actually said it on live TV for a moment, which made it national and global, and the harassment grew. And the guy said, okay, I'm suing whoever is responsible for this. So he went to 7 News. Apparently, he settled with them, and now he's going after Syrian girl and Aussie Cossack. And
it was funny because like the moment it came out that this guy's ready to sue, Syrian girl started blaming Channel 7 News. No, you guys did it first. And they were saying, no, you did it first. And they're all blaming each other because they all know they're getting sued. And then she's like, how am I going to pay for my lip injections if I get sued by Ben Cohen? Can you imagine this? You're a regular person living your life. And all of a sudden you find out that you committed a terrorist attack because Syrian girl said you did. And then it gets shared in the news. And all of a sudden it's been being shared by news outlets that you did this terrorist attack. You were sitting there minding your own business, eating lunch, and you find out you just committed a terrorist attack.
Yes. And no, we don't know what's going to happen now. And I don't know what's going to happen now. So it just backfired on you. See what happens now, as Al-Dawa would say. But I don't know what's going to happen, what she's going to do after this point. The guy is apparently serious about suing these people, which is very good. He should be doing that. He was harmed because idiots like Syrian girl, whose name is Mariam Susli or something like that, and Aussie Cossack, they think they can just do anything. They can just spread misinformation to no end, and they will just get away with implicating somebody falsely and ruining their lives. Now you will deal with the consequences. And I'm not sure what's going to happen.
This is the same thing that we've talked about before in the context of the Dawa guys. Like, how can these guys lie? How can you have a clip of Ali Dawa answering questions and every single thing he says is a lie? How can Andrew Tate sit there and say that he never did something that we have 20 videos of him bragging about doing? How can you then say it? And the answer is, your fans, you just find out your fans will mindlessly cheer for anything you say and agree with you on anything, and it doesn't matter. And the impact that this has on you psychologically is I can just say anything without consequences, and my fans will cheer it on as if it's completely correct. And the result is you end up crossing some lines, and then you get sued.
Yeah, I don't know what she's going to do now, but she'll have to pay for this, and maybe this will force her to reduce the quality of her aesthetic surgeries and all that. Whereafter she will look like another very well-known anti-Jewish propagandist named Dr. Anastasia Maria Lupis, who actually looks like this. So that's going to be very interesting. Anyway, moving on from that, let's see. Oh yeah, we wanted to look at another.
Yeah, didn't you have more from crackhead, whatever?
Yes, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I did it deliberately. I know everyone is freaked out right now. I know.
Mein Kampf.
So the tweet by Crackhead says, "White devil Alec Baldwin attacked me while I was trying to get coffee."
I was trying to get coffee. But that's exactly like the clip of that professor getting arrested. I'm just peacefully saying, hey, what's going on here? And they beat me and slammed my head in the concrete. Yeah, that's what happened.
Oh man. I'm seeing news come in of people being detained at different universities in masses. 100 people authorized encampments. Northeastern University, Indiana University, Bloomington, 23 people arrested. Arizona State University arrested 69 people. University of Illinois, warrant of consequences, about to issue arrests. Wow. These people think they can do whatever they want. Idiots. Absolute idiots. Absolute morons. However, Piers Morgan decided to get in touch with.
Good job, Pierce. Hey, can you imagine this? Pierce is like, I see the news that Alex Baldwin attacked someone. Let's get that person in here to share what really happened.
So he invited that person, and it turned out that person is known as Crackhead Barney and is actually a performer, and does these what's it called? Ambush interviews. I think that's what it's called. Crackhead Barney is an. All right.
You can't put Crackhead Barney into words. People just have to see Crackhead Barney for themselves. You can't put Crackhead Barney into words. There's no words to describe Crackhead Barney.
Crackhead Barney is an American online troll, performance artist, and ambush interviewer. She shares videos of satirical interviews on social media and so on. So, I was going to show the Google results of what comes up, but I can't put that on the screen. So it's just... Anyway, he decided to invite her together with on an episode where there's also Hasan Piker, who is just insufferable.
He's awesome. He needs to cut his mustache a little differently, though.
And Emily Austin, who is quite good. And these two people, I don't know what their names are. Yeah, but let's see.
Is there who calls herself in Harvard? So I'm joined by Alec Baldwin's antagonist there, who calls herself a Crackhead Barney. Well, welcome to Uncensored.
Hey, Pierce! I've been waiting for you, Pierce fucking Morgan! I wore my diaper today for you, Pierce. You like it?
Well, not particularly, no. Do you want to sit down?
Will you bring me to Buckingham Palace? I would like to meet the Queen.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Oh my goodness. How did he fall for this? How did the entire Piers Morgan crew fall for this one?
You take me to Buckingham Palace. I want to see the Queen.
Now I'm actually rooting for crackhead Barney. I'm like, okay, you guys deserve this. All of you, Pierce, you deserve what you just got. You deserve crackhead Barney here. You go, crackhead Barney.
I know.
I hope crackhead Barney gets to go to Buckingham Palace.
Yesterday.
Did she say meet the Queen? Is that what
yesterday
she said?
I decided to yesterday I looked up Crackhead Barney on YouTube and looked at her channel, and I found it very, very, very hilarious.
Oh wow. This is the weirdest thing ever, guys. So I'm sitting down here to this live stream, and all of a sudden, D Wood, who has never rooted for cops ever, is suddenly rooting for cops and for crackhead Barney. This live stream has been life-changing for me.
Yes.
I'd really like to meet the Queen.
I don't think the Queen, if you mean Queen Camilla, she is probably tied up with royal engagements at the moment. If you meant the Queen who died.
Get me in, Pierce.
Yeah.
Get me fucking in, Pierce. I want it.
Okay. Can I take you back, if I may? To what
He's doing a serious interview with this.
Why you did it?
What did I do to Alec? Pierce, do you see the damage that Alec did to me? Do you see the damage? Look at my arm. Look at my arm, Pierce.
Okay.
Look at my neck. I was maimed by a white man on Monday.
Maimed.
You tell me what I did?
No, you weren't maimed by Alec Baldwin on Monday, were you?
I was maimed.
No,
my
you weren't.
hand is broken. My neck is broken. Look at my legs. My legs don't work.
They're like linguini.
Yes, you're another white devil. Yes, Morgan. Don't do that.
Pierce, look at Pierce. Oh boy.
Look at his face. He's just
oh boy.
I don't know what's wrong with these people.
Listen to me, Pierce. It's too early in the morning, Pierce. Pierce, it's too early.
Your wig's come off.
Alec Baldwin knocked my wig off.
I don't fake, Pierce. It's my hair. I'm a white woman. I identify as a white woman.
Let me ask you seriously, if I may, for a moment.
Identify as a white woman.
What?
Did she
She's
say
actually
identify as a white woman?
Yeah, she said I'm actually a white woman. I identify as a white woman.
Oh boy. Pierce got
I'm
trolled.
being
The whole
serious.
everyone on social media just got trolled.
Yeah.
Baldwin. He was getting a coffee. You run in, you call him a killer.
I was getting a coffee too.
Okay, but you decided
I was
to.
getting a coffee
Okay,
too.
you don't have to shout at me as well. We can have a civilized conversation. I want to know seriously.
I'm very civil.
I wanted to know seriously why.
Very civil. Oh my god.
Put crackhead Barney needs a movie. Seriously.
Did and what you hope to gain by it.
Pierce, fucking Morgan. You're asking too
Just for the
many
record,
questions.
my name is actually just Piers
What's wrong
Morgan.
with saying free?
You're asking too many questions.
Did you hear what he said? My name is actually just Piers Morgan.
Morgan, you're asking too
Just for the
many
record,
questions.
my name is actually just Piers
What's
Morgan.
wrong with saying free Palestine? Pierce, can you say free Palestine for me?
Anyway,
Oh boy.
you get the point. So it turns out that this is actually the person who was behind this whole behind this.
You know he's a criminal. You know he's a fucking criminal. Come on, Alec, just say free Palestine one time. One time.
Could you do me one quick favor?
It's understandable though, isn't it? I mean, if this person came up to you and harassed you like that, I don't know.
It's legitimately funny though, going in with a neck brace, arm, and a sling.
Yeah.
With
After
boots,
Alec Baldwin hit her camera, that's it, or her phone, whatever it was. I have been maimed by a white devil.
Oh boy. Wow.
Oh man. Okay, now I have a headache.
That's this is like funny though, because you have a situation. So you've got a conflict, you've got Israel, you've got Hamas in Gaza, and this breaks out, and then there are a bunch of people who are concerned over it and so on. But you also have that's the perfect opportunity for the grifters to enter into the situation. Hey, now I can insert myself into the situation and prop myself up as the new hero and become really popular by taking some side on this issue. And then then you have all the sides, and then you have the sort of next level, the higher order grifters who are just like looking at the entire situation, and they're not actually taking a side. They're just using the entire thing as a situation to grift. That's crackhead Barney.
Wait, what is this? So Visegrad, which by the way reached 1 million followers,
thanks to us being interviewed.
Yes, definitely. Shared this, which says young Native Americans arrive at the UCLA liberated zone with a sign saying Hamas supporters aren't welcome on native land. The Hamas supporters physically attack them.
Ooh. This thing free Navajo?
Oh, Hamas supporters are not welcome on native land. That's what it says. Yeah. Ooh. That's interesting. No, he's saying bring them home.
Yes, you got people waving waving the Israeli flag there, and then
yeah. So you have pro-Israel activists and actual Native Americans from the Young Native Americans. Is that the movement? Actually come in and say Hamas supporters are not welcome here. That is an interesting turn of events. That is a pretty interesting turn of events.
No, we'll attack you, Native Americans.
Yeah, that's wild stuff.
You know what would have been crazy if, like, you got those Native Americans saying Hamas supporters not welcome on native land, and then the Hamas supporters attack them all, and boom, out come the tomahawks. That'd be crazy.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah. Little Sausage says all the natives I know call themselves Indian. It's confusing with all the people from India. It is weird. I was at some point I was trying to figure out what is the appropriate way, according to natives, to refer to them, and then I had to find out that they have like a variety of opinions and preferences, and some are fine with Indian, and some are fine with native, some are fine with indigenous people, and so on. Interesting stuff.
My great-great-grandmother was Blackfoot Indian. I wonder if I could use that at some point. Like, you can't criticize me.
You should. Say, you're oppressing me. I'm a person of color. Yes. DB says, love the natives. Hamas is the devil incarnate. I don't know. I mean, all Hamas is really trying to do is just,
fight for freedom wherever there's trouble.
Cleanse Palestine of the filth of the Jews, according to spokesman Fatih Hamad. So, isn't this quite normal? The Nazis had the same idea. So, what's the problem? And this is the organization that insane leftist people in the West actually stand up for and support. An organization that spouts things like these, that says we will cleanse Palestine of the filth of the Jews. This is something that these leftist progressive, liberal, inclusive, communist, socialist people in the West stand up to support, either because they are imbeciles or I don't know why. Anyway, let's see what happens here.
Podcaster James Barr. Well, Emily,
Actually, let me take a few super chats. Sankoi said +1 leather strap of the anus, huh? Zedra the Xeno Mommy says there's jizya on his dress already, Mr. Borelli. That's a good mix of things. Melvin's Joy says, AP, you and David bring me joy. I've got multiple family members in the UK staying up to watch you two. Love it.
Classic.
That's very nice. Thank you.
Hey, we went live the other day. When was it? Thursday or something like that? We went live at 6.
Uh-huh.
And there were people saying, yeah, keep it at this time. We might want to have one of our live streams, one of our weekly live streams at like 6 for people in the UK and Europe.
That is a good idea. I kind of like the idea. I also like going live early and then being finally done dealing with all the people on the online that I don't actually care about.
Ooh, AP just said he didn't care about any of you.
I don't care about all these people. I just do it because I have a contract with the Mossad. So
yeah. We can't let those shekels run out.
Yeah. But yes, much love to you and your family members in it. Gadani the Alaskan said, "Thank goodness I'm a Catholic. Would hate to be lumped in with these Protestants blocking traffic." David started that. You started it. What have you done? Boeing said yesterday, I asked how you'd structure a university course on scholarly Islamophobia. Today, I'd like the crash course version, please. Love you, David Wood. Hi, AP. Thank you. I'm glad that you interacted with David on that. So it was for David. It's not a task for me. Pretty sure David has meanwhile made a plan, and he's about to present it. Right, David?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, crash course on Islamophobia. It's pretty simple. If you have an ideology that calls for the violent subjugation of the entire world, you don't want people to catch on to what you're doing. So what you do is you accuse everyone who doesn't want to be violently subjugated of having a mental disorder. That's how you silence people, because people are morons.
That's beautiful.
That's it. Crash course.
That's beautiful. Well done. Crazier made a super chat saying, I don't know what it says. Somebody help me out. What does it say?
It's got a greater than sign. I mean, a less than sign.
Yes, it does. Balenga Kabasu said, best leather strap lubricant, Zamzam water or jizya. Zamzam water, I would say, actually.
Camel urine.
Yeah, see, there's a difference of opinion among scholars on that. Knows too much that we are the world music, Mossab voice. We are
the cow. We are the cow. We are the children. We stay away from Islam and pedo prophets.
This is what super chat should be for. Just people making music requests.
There's some semen on me because I'm a prophet with the sexual strength of 30 men.
Scrooge Jones said, $10 say these peaceful protesters can't name the actual Iver and see from that dumb chant they keep spewing. No, I would say that you are probably very misinformed. Every single person there probably knows exactly what river and what sea we're talking about and knows everything about the Israeli history and the history of the Arab population in the region. Pretty sure.
Has anyone? I mean, this sounds like something someone would do. Has anyone just showed up with a map, a blank map, and said, point these places out to me. Show me the river, show me the sea, show me where Gaza is, show me where Israel is. Yeah, we should do that. Just show us where all this stuff is.
We should do that. We should go to a protest and just take a map with us, and not a map as in technically kick at you, but an actual map.
Yeah,
and
not a minor. So not a minor attracted person.
Oh, Clementine said that Hebrew super chat says Israel is greater than Allah. Oh. Okay.
For real. I mean, Allah's obsessed with crushing Israel and just not doing a bang up job. I don't think Allah's working with the top brass right now. Hey,
I don't know. I feel like Allah is actually.
Hey, to be funny, have multiple maps, right? Like have a current map but blank, and they have to fill it in. But then get a map that is the Ottoman Empire, and then get a map that has the British mandate of Palestine on there. And you can actually run people through the history just by asking them questions of which they'll be completely ignorant of.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Adam Moda said, Allah is King OF. I don't know why you bring up. I thought it's King OnlyFans. $10 say these peaceful. Thanks again, AP, for explaining Sahih Muslim 1438a. Wait, which one was that? 1438a. Which one was that? That was the one about pulling out. Okay. When having sex with slaves. Okay, yeah, I understand. No problem. I always do that. I like to do that. Steve McLovin says, is Neapolitan ice cream one flavor in 3 parts or 3 separate flavors eaten as one? See, theologians can't answer this question. So, yeah, that's the problem. SV said, Ya Allah, I hope this $10 can help bring back Sheikh Yabudi and maybe his niqabi friend who says stuff like Ninja Mommy. Name her Sheikha, yes, inshallah. We miss Yabudi. Krazier, love you from Israel. Love you back and love Israel. Much love to Israel. White Lily said, leave AP and his feet alone. He's self-conscious about them. Give him sympathy. Feet pick money. It's okay, AP. I'll defend you. I got your back. Thank you so much, White Lily. I appreciate it very much. It means a lot to me. Ridwan, which philosophers would you say you agree most with? And what are your thoughts on the man himself in particular, Schopenhauer?
Big douche.
That's a good question. Does that name say Muawiyah? I don't know what it says. That's interesting. I have always been a fan of Nietzsche, as David knows very well. He's already shaking his head because he knows I'm going to bring him up and then talk about all the things that Nietzsche said.
Because I know he is the most overrated philosopher in history.
But it's not because I agree with everything that Nietzsche says.
If he didn't have a super cool mustache, no one would have ever listened to him.
But it's not because I agree with all the things that Nietzsche says. It's rather because I think that he came as an individual who had very
serious mental problems. Very serious mental problems. Yes, indisputable.
Very revolutionary insights into human motives and psychology and all that. He did not necessarily bring the best solutions to the table, I must admit. But he has a very revolutionary approach to morality, to the history of morality, and to human psychology and what humans are motivated by, and also, of course, one of the most important issues and one of the most misunderstood issues on the role of God in morality and how the move towards secularization and moving away from God actually causes a massive problem among humans in terms of morality. I know David is sick of me just going on about talking about Nietzsche now. I don't know if he's actually frozen or if he's making that face. Okay, he's not frozen. Good. Always been a fan of Nietzsche's insights there. Yes.
Yeah, Nietzsche had a brilliant insight that you can distinguish between the German philosophers and the British philosophers, that the German philosophers understood this was bigger than the British philosophers were aware of. So, brilliant insight from Nietzsche. This doesn't change. The one you just mentioned. That
can you briefly summarize it? What?
This whole, hey, we're getting rid of God and we do not understand the consequences, and none of you morons understand the consequences of what you're doing right now. That brilliant insight. However, this does not negate the fact that the man joined the military and fell off his horse. and was so horribly injured that he got kicked out of the military. And then
he had mental problems, man.
And then in another horse incident, saw a horse being whipped and went completely insane.
That's the legend.
Probably because of syphilis. And drugs that had amplified his already pretty serious mental health problems. And this is the person that AP says we should all idolize as the greatest philosopher ever. Come on.
That's exactly what I said. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, I would like to give more context, but I will just keep talking about Nietzsche.
Übermensch. He's the Übermensch. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of like Hijab, Muhammad Hijab, when he's talking about like the caliphate and imagine if all Muslims united, we'd be so strong and powerful. And he's clearly thinking of himself like, come on, guys, pick me to do this. That's what like Nietzsche was like. Nietzsche's like, we need the Übermensch. The Übermensch, he will save us from all this. Pick me, guys, pick me. It's me.
Yeah.
Look at my mustache. Look at my mustache.
He was a very arrogant guy. A very arrogant guy. You have to give him that.
That's what cracks me up. People are like, this is what we need. We need this. It's like the same thing with the Dawa guys. This is what we need. This is what will save all of us.
Yeah, that's the good thing about him. He was very arrogant. Yeah. Joshua said, and about Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer was based in a way, but he was also depressed as hell. And
don't want to be that. Schopenhauer needed some antidepressants.
Don't want to be like him. Had he taken some proper antidepressants at this time, maybe he wouldn't have ended up with the horribly sad life that he had. But yes. But he has very good insights on the purpose of humanity and what humanity is driven by. Joshua says, tired of all the Islam lies, saw a short from The Messenger about the rules of war. It's all lies, and the people in the comments just praise all the lies. They're sick. They're sick. I don't know if you mean I don't know if you are talking about The Messenger as a social media figure, as Muhammad, or the movie The Messenger.
Yeah, this person watched some of the clip from the film The Messenger about how wonderful Muhammad was, and then everyone cheering for it.
I watched that movie several times when I was a Muslim. And I don't know why. Ayatollah Khamenei said Travis Maldonado and Joe Exotic, atheists. AP also an atheist. Draw your own conclusions. I don't even know who these people are. Am I supposed to know that? Oh, that's that tiger guy.
That's a tiger guy.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Chloe said, our future lawmakers and congressmen, welcome to the apocalypse, people. This is the global mindset of the new Gen Z. Teachers are to blame. Trust me. No, everything will be great with these people.
It is funny, like the monster that the universities have created. You get some. See, here's the thing. Society, Western society had an idea of progress built into it. It keeps getting better. Well, if you want to completely do away with the system and put another system in its place, like suppose you want communism or you want Sharia or something like that, it does not help you that society is improving and fixing its faults. It doesn't help you, because the better things become, the less reason you have to radically alter the entire system and destroy the foundations. People are like, I don't know, seems to be working pretty well. Yeah, there are problems, but within our system, we can get through these problems. And so you can't have people thinking we're good with our system because we're improving. So you have to convince a generation of young people, no, we're the most evil thing ever, and you have to completely wipe us out because that's the only way to move forward. Everything is wrong. Everything around you is evil. Everything needs to be torn down. You have to program young people like this. But once you've programmed a generation of young people, everything around us is evil and it all has to be burned to the ground. Once you've done that, guess what? They're not going to listen to you anymore. You've created a monster. And then it's, what have we done? And then the same universities that trained these young people to think like this are like, uh-oh, now what do we do? Now they're ready to burn our universities to the ground anytime we disagree with them. Right. You created them. You created a monster. Because nobody wants to see Marshall no more.
Marshall no more, they weren't.
We both thought of it, didn't we?
Yes. As soon as they said we created a monster, I immediately thought of because nobody wants to see Marshall no more. They want Shady.
I'm chopped liver.
But if you want shit, that's what I'll give you. Man. Always go there in the mind. There is a genius here in the chat who said, Islam unraveled. Islam is indeed unraveling. Alhamdulillah. Glad you acknowledge it. Says he openly said that he supports Palestine. Marmari Emmanuel supports Palestine. It's not false. He went to Gaza himself and said earlier, Apostate Prophet, I'm waiting till you find out that Marmari Emmanuel supports Palestine. LOL. Ha 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 ha. Free Palestine. Dear Islam Unraveled, I know that you are probably a person who gets his information from memes that are shared by Dawa guys. And this is extremely problematic because you could get accurate information from even from memes when people share them who actually are reliable people. But you go to Dawa guys and you go and you look at their stuff and you learn from them. And this is as low as you can go in society in terms of seeking a reliable source of information. Therefore, because of that stupidity, you might conclude, oh, hey, look at that. Apostate Prophet defended Marmari Emmanuel when he got stabbed, but he doesn't even know that he supports Palestine because he's pro-Palestine and anti-Israel. I don't know what you're trying to do here, but what I suggest you do is search on YouTube for Marmari Emmanuel, Palestine, Israel. You will find clips of him speaking on the incident, on the conflict. And when you listen to it, you will notice very quickly that Bishop Marmari Emmanuel is not a pro-Palestine, anti-Zionist figure as you would like him to be. His message is both sides, what are you fighting for? Make peace and find Jesus. That's his message. Is that also your understanding of being pro-Palestine, dear Islam Unraveled? If so, there's actually one thing that I agree here. I am for all Muslim Palestinians to convert to Christianity instead of staying Muslims. Because your morality is so slippery. It is so slippery.
He's being more slippery than the lubricants that he sells in his daughter's sex shop.
So you're
more slippery than the semen that his prophet is covered in.
Your morality is so slippery and so destructive and so destroyed and so wicked and just so disgusting that you would be much better people if you collectively converted to Christianity and changed your moral foundations forever. In fact, I believe, and I agree there actually with the bishop, I believe if all the Palestinian Muslims collectively suddenly became Christians, the Israel-Palestine conflict would resolve much more quickly in a much better way. It is actually Islam that is at the core of this conflict and that turns it into massive chaos and bloodshed and death and destruction. That's what I think.
Based.
So yeah, there you have it. Dear Islam Unraveled.
So Islam Unraveled, did that go how you thought it would?
Probably not, but yeah. What are you gonna do? Finally, Hunting Shark says college students, overly privileged, entitled idiots who cry at consequences and do not understand the violent acts they chant for. Now they will play victim because that's what they do.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Yes, alhamdulillah. Anyway, let's watch some more of the videos here. Nobody's talking.
Quite funny, but and podcaster James Barr. Well, Emily,
I haven't watched Pierce in months. If he actually started off with, "Do you condemn the October 7th attacks?"
Alhamdulillah.
Funny, but on another level, I didn't like what she did to Alec Baldwin. I've got no truck for Alec Baldwin whatsoever, and I think with this case that he's got hanging over him, I hope that justice is served. because ultimately he did fire the gun that killed that poor woman and has been on some kind of weird PR tour ever since. But I don't like to see any public figure, whether it's Eric Adams, the mayor, on a plane, or Alec Baldwin getting a coffee, harangued and harassed in that manner. Now, I tried to...
What? Harangued? Is that a
Harangued.
word?
Yes, it is.
I hereby officially forbid the use of the word.
Conduct a serious interview. She obviously wasn't interested in doing that, wanted to turn the whole...
What do you mean? She was dead serious. You can't handle it. Hey, first you couldn't handle Muhammad Hijab, and then you got the dialed down version of Muhammad Hijab. You couldn't handle that either.
Well, he actually complains that he couldn't have a serious interview with crackhead Barney.
And here I thought I was going to have a deep, thoughtful discussion with crackhead Barney, and look what happened. The same thing that happened when I had Muhammad Hijab on here.
To conduct a serious interview. She obviously wasn't interested in doing that, wanted to turn the whole thing into a foul-mouthed rant and joke and performative thing. Fine. That's entirely her right to do it. But what did you think of these harassings, not just by her, but by other people, of public figures?
You tried to conduct a serious interview with crackhead Barbie?
He said Barbie. That is the most coherent thing I've ever heard from Hasan Piker. It's the most coherent thing ever. Wait, Pierce,
and yet he didn't even get the name right. So
no, correct.
That's as good as it
Barbie.
gets.
Crackhead Barbie. Good point. Hey, I'll give credit where credit is due. Hasan, that was an excellent point you just made.
Yes.
You tried to conduct a serious interview with crackhead Barbie?
Well, no, I was asking her about a viral video of her harassing Alec Baldwin, which I do actually think is a serious thing. I do actually think public figures should not be harassed in that manner. I've had a bit of it myself, and I think it crosses a line, right? And Alec Baldwin, as far as I'm aware, has not said anything particularly sensational about the war at all. So why she is harassing him in the street in the way that she did?
Because it's a troll act, Pierce.
I'm trying to understand why a person who's dying for attention and makes her entire career out of doing these ambush interviews and then running around like a crackhead to get attention. I'm trying to understand that. Dude, it's not complicated. That's what that person does. That's how that person gets attention.
Oh my! I mean, I don't understand. Like, don't they research things properly on his team? I don't even get it. Look, here's an article that's directly from the Wikipedia link. In fact, you can you Google crackhead Barney, and you actually have a link on her, and it says crackhead Barney is an American online troll, performance artist, and ambush interviewer. She shares videos of satirical interviews on social media.
Notable work, crackhead Barney and friends.
Satirical interviews. According to her, the crackhead Barney persona originated a few years ago when she began dressing up in a Barney costume and harassing random people in New York. The costume was missing an eye, leading people to refer to her as crackhead Barney. Man, here's an article depicting her in a ridiculous shape and describing how she's an outrageous ambush interviewer who is just saying ridiculous things.
I'm a G.I. Joe. I'm a G.I. Joe, says Crackhead. She exclaims before bending down and mooning her cameraman. I'm a G.I. Joe.
And Pierce is like, I don't know. I'm trying to understand why she did what she did.
Trying to get inside the head of crackhead Barney, and what makes crackhead Barney tick?
But to be honest, and I still do not understand if she's serious about what she's doing.
I'm trying to get a serious interview here.
Oh my watch.
I think is worthy of examination. Now, as it turned out, she had no interest in having a serious conversation. Okay, so we've cut it off.
Well, you're quick. You're quick, Pierce.
Getting on someone who is literally at the center of a quite big news story in America for harassing a famous star. You, Hasan?
No, it was.
He's making this a serious. He's trying to make this a serious thing. Pierce, it was a joke. The whole thing is a joke, and you're treating it like this is this very serious thing, and then you're asking your brilliant panel here to comment.
Yeah. Benjamin Cohen said, "Well, she apologized. It's time for cops to cease fire," referring to the professor who was arrested after.
That's what they should have done. Ceasefire, ceasefire, ceasefire.
That's what Hamas does. Hamas comes into your house and kills your entire family, and once you respond, they're like, "Well, ceasefire. What is this? What is this? This is unfair." Spleesha said, "Aren't they supported by Soros? I marked this earlier for a reason, which I will get back to in a minute." Gwyneth Isaac said, "Rule number 1, shut your pie hole. She's going away now." Well, that's very rude.
It was for clout. She was doing it for clout. That's why she went on the show, also for clout, which you were correct on pointing out that using the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza and what's happening to the Palestinian people as a vehicle to create more social.
Hasan Piker is the same guy who sympathizes with the Houthis and who actually invites a terrorist, thinking, by the way, at the time that he is an actual Houthi terrorist, on his own show to interview him and to talk to him about how life is and what his hobbies are and if he likes anime and things like that. And this is the guy who was saying, "Oh, there's currently ethnic cleansing going on, ethnic cleansing against Palestinians." While at the same time, he actually supports a terrorist organization that believes in eradicating the Jews and destroying America and Israel. This guy is just a perfect example of a treacherous individual inside who will always side with the enemy, even if you are at war. If right now Iran suddenly started an offensive, or if we somehow went to war with Iran, if we were officially at war with Iran, this guy would still be supporting Iran openly on social media. He's one of those people. Fifth column.
Clout for yourself, social capital for yourself is pretty disingenuous, pretty messed up.
I have to jump in there, though, because isn't that what everybody's doing? Isn't that what this show is also doing? Because you're talking about create political clout, create noise,
I'll come back
to get clicks, to make money.
Listen, let's not all be disingenuous.
Who's this bloke? Who are these people? James Barr. I don't know who James Barr is. James Barr. Whatever.
No, but the whole conversation, and actually Crackhead Barney isn't that different to you. Well, actually, and Crackhead Barney said it herself. She said, "We're no different." And I kind of agree with Crackhead Barney. I didn't think I'd say it.
If you think there's any correlation between what she just did on the show...
Someone screaming over someone and not letting them speak. Right. There's definitely a correlation.
Well, you think that I've treated you like she treated
No,
Ali
I'm just saying that I think that actually you aren't that different. You're trying to do the same thing.
I'll come back to that.
You're just doing it in a different way.
No, it's a preposterous suggestion. I do not do what she does, right? But Hasan, here's the point I made.
You do exactly what she does. Piers Morgan, you do. You know that you are exactly like Crackhead Barney. You're exactly like Crackhead Barney. You basically do the same thing, literally the same thing. I still don't understand how they are having such a long conversation about the topic of Crackhead Barney. I would just start laughing here.
Pierce has a habit of like going down like a 15-minute rabbit trail. Like you can fast forward this thing like 20 minutes and it'll be, but this brings us to the third point I wanted to address about the infamous Crackhead Barney interview.
To you,
like, dude, you're supposed to say something clever and then move on, and then just move on after that.
Yeah,
you got trolled.
At universities in America are performative. The ones who are chanting their support for Hamas, the ones who are chanting about Intifada and pretending it's not about a violent uprising. I mean, do you accept that a lot of that is not only performative, but public demonstration of support for terrorism?
Absolutely not. I don't think that. I mean, all protests are technically performative, obviously, but there's a very.
Oh my God, this. Such a weird thing to say. It's like, oh, if you want, yeah, let's approach this from a technical standpoint. Let me point out that yes, if you go for a walk, it is technically just a walk. Although when we say walk, we are talking about walking a certain distance for the purpose of roaming a certain region or something. But you know, there's also ethnic cleansing and apartheid and genocide and right now, technically, when we say ethnic cleansing, we're talking about ethnic. It's not always ethnic. It could be something else. And when we talk about cleansing, it sounds like we are cleaning a bathroom. It's not a bathroom. It's actual people. Man,
very clear-cut goal for the group of students at.
There's actually a party that is important.
That, Hasan, it does seem that you're very selective about the violence that you support. That when you support it, it's justified. When other people use things in a violent way that you don't support, it's unjustified. Seems like it's all skewed to what Hasan Piker thinks.
Well, not necessarily just what I think. I think that there are obvious markers, obvious boundaries. I don't think violence against civilians is justified. I have talked about October 7 on this very same show, saying that it was a tragedy. It was atrocities that occurred on October 7 specifically. When you target civilians in any capacity, I think that that is unacceptable.
However,
this does.
See, he even used the word. He used the same word.
Does not mean that violence will not occur in many circumstances. Violence has occurred in every single revolutionary action, many good revolutionary actions. Obviously, America bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with an atom bomb, that was not a very
was what
good
Hamas did on October the 7th.
It was not a very.
I don't understand how this person has actually become one of the most popular streamers in the world. And it makes me think that a lot of people who watch streamers, I don't know, don't actually look for content and don't actually look for substance in whatever they're listening to. I guess he got popular because of gaming at some point, but then why is he turning into a political commentator when he's just waffling and he's being asked about October 7, or he's being asked about violence during political acts, and he talks about how obviously, October 7, for example, October 7, lots of tragedies happened, lots of bad things happened, and atrocities happened, and it's unacceptable. It is absolutely unacceptable. However, it is good because it's a revolutionary act, and during revolutionary act, unacceptable things happen. Unlike America's bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Shut up, man.
Look at this dude on the end. He's like, what? Look at his face. Right?
He's just saying giant nothings and delivering such a ridiculously atrocious. The only atrocity that's taking place here right now is the atrocity of Hasan Piker speaking forever without saying anything
and his mustache
justifying violence. Yeah, and his mustache, that too, of course.
Very good moment for human civilization at all.
Was what Hamas did on October the 7th.
I don't know who this pink I don't know anything about this pink-haired dude's views, but just that look on his face means he's about to blast Hasan right here.
He sounds like a good guy.
It looks like he's about to blast him with the power of his pink hair.
Justified revolution.
October
the 7th, an
at all.
Was what Hamas did on October the 7th. Was what Hamas did on October the 7th an example of what you would call a justified revolution?
I don't look at every single act.
It's a yes or no.
And look.
You've literally just been reciting a whole load of them.
Of oppression.
Why are you avoiding October the 7th?
You do it too.
No, I don't.
I'm not avoiding it. I've talked about it a million times.
Well, let me ask you one more time.
Hang on. This is not what we're here to discuss.
Emily, hang on.
This is not what we're here to discuss.
Let me just ask you. Let me just ask you directly one more time. Let me ask you one more time. Do you believe what happened on October the 7th was a justified act of revolution? Yes or no?
How is he still here? It's been almost a year, Piers.
I do not, and I do think that. Oh, wait, hold on. That's let me clarify.
You don't need to clarify. You don't need to clarify.
This is so weird. So he first gives a response that is, of course, unpopular among his fan base,
and then, oops, I just upset
I
just upset my fan base. So let me.
He's like, wait, hold on, let me clarify. As if somebody's interrupting him here. It's like he's being interrupted by himself.
Yeah, it's like Pierce. I don't know how I can possibly make this any clearer to you. Was October the 7th justified? When I'm talking to my fans, yes. When I'm talking to you, no. That has been my position all along. I can't make it any clearer. If you don't like it, this interview is over.
Yes, that's absolutely how it is. Absolutely how it is. Cenk is Hasan's uncle. Yeah, I think they are related. And he doesn't like Cenk's views very much, I think, because he is actually a radical socialist, which is very funny because he is living the life. He's living a very good life. He owns a giant mansion and living a comfortable life. And
it's weird how all these Marxists
socialism.
It's weird how all these Marxists and socialists who aren't supposed to have all this property and mansions and stuff use their positions to become millionaires with mansions.
Hasan Piker has a $3 million home.
Must be nice.
That's interesting. Socialism for thee, but not for me.
So, do you believe what happened on October the 7th was a justified act of revolution? Yes or no?
I do not. And I do think that wait, hold on.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Let me clarify.
This just in, breaking news. Actually, it was okay.
What a weird thing to do. David, ask me a question.
AP, is Islam the greatest thing in the world?
Well, it is the greatest thing in the world. Hold on. No, hold on. Let me clarify. Hold on. Wait, no.
What is 2 plus 2, AP?
It is 5. No, wait a minute. No, hold on. Let me clarify. Okay.
Was the Holocaust bad, AP?
Let me clarify.
No, I'm not doing it with that.
Clarify something very important here. Events that unfolded on October 7th were atrocities. That much is clear. Those atrocities could have been avoided if Israel was not an apartheid regime.
Those atrocities could have been avoided if Israel ceased to exist. If you just listen to From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free. If the Jews had just done that and willingly been obliterated, we wouldn't be having this problem right now.
Yeah. So raping a bunch of women.
Those rapes could have been avoided if Israel didn't exist, AP. Which part of Hasan Piker's rant didn't you understand?
Raping people is unacceptable. Yeah. But it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened.
So they kind of brought it on themselves, didn't they?
Didn't they? Whatever. If something. Yes. That's it. That's how it goes.
Hey, can you answer how Israel's an apartheid regime?
In the
because
early,
you keep repeating
no,
that.
you can't just chime in. You can't just chime in. You ask me a question.
Shut up. You're a girl.
I'm going to give you an answer.
You're a woman.
Because you're repeating
Israel
these
has been an
lies.
apartheid
Go
regime
ahead,
since
please.
its inception.
How so?
Until 1967, Israel was an apartheid regime for the Palestinian citizens of Israel, the Arabs, as you called them. There was a two-tier criminal justice.
By the way, it is now a majority opinion among Israeli Arabs that their preferred identity is Israeli Arab. So Hasan is probably not aware of it. Actually, he probably is aware of it, but he doesn't want to accept it because he doesn't want to identify people the way they want to be identified. He himself ideologically wants to insist that their identity is absolutely Palestinian, even if they say, I'm an Israeli Arab.
Yeah. And if this is confusing to you, it's not confusing to me. As I sit in my multi-million-dollar mansion, proclaiming myself a Marxist, I see no contradiction here.
Alhamdulillah.
System, they were subjected to military court processes and not the civil court processes until 1967. After 1967, they got citizenship. There are obviously still many different social issues that pertain to the Palestinian citizens of Israel, the Arabs that are living in Israel, those who are not Jewish, of course. However, Israel currently is occupying.
Nope, no such thing exists. That's a very funny thing to throw in. Wonder if Emily will respond to that.
The West Bank. There are more than 2 million Palestinians that live in the West Bank. Israel's illegally occupying the West Bank. There are checkpoints. There are license plates that restrict Palestinian travel. The Israeli operations in the West Bank.
Why?
Because they want to do that. That's why. Because they just want to do that.
It's just for oppression. It's not because all those terrorist attacks and stuff.
No. What terrorist attack?
Why was a fence built in the first place?
Because they like to build fences. That's why.
Destroyed Palestinian statehood. Now, of course, all of this is readily available for those who want to learn about it, yourself included. I hope you look it up. B'Tselem is an Israeli human rights organization, which...
You know what? There is a... I should bring that up at some point. Maybe we can go through that. But there is a graph comparing the frequency of terrorist attacks from before and after Israel took certain measures, including separation through a wall, fence, separate roads, checkpoints, and this and that. And there is a very sharp decrease in terrorist attacks against Israelis, and a very big drop in conflict altogether and fighting altogether as a result of every single step that Israel takes, which they call apartheid here. Prior to it, it was more bloodshed for both sides. Afterwards, it is less bloodshed for both sides, but they call it apartheid.
Yeah, I was there with the guy who designed the fence on the first time I visited Israel. We actually got the guy who designed the fencing system and so on was there, and he was breaking it down. He actually took us to the spot. So you're actually on the edge of Jerusalem, and then he said, "Look, see that right there, that the West Bank right there." He says lots of people from the West Bank worked. So he's talking about a couple decades ago, worked up in Jerusalem, and so every day people would walk from down there to go to work in Jerusalem, and there would just be terrorists who come up with them too. So you got all these people, they just got a job and they're coming up to go to work, but people would also come up with bombs strapped to them and so on, and they go to a local coffee shop or something like that and blow the place up. Or they come up with a gun, they jump on a bus and shoot everyone up. We said, okay, we need to build a fence there, and then the workers have to go through and show us their credentials and stuff. That's apartheid. So you're stopping terrorist attacks. Why? Because there's people from over here who keep launching terrorist attacks. So what do you do? What do you do? What nation on the planet, if you knew, hey, from this area over here, people keep coming up here and shooting up busloads of people and blowing up places, which nation on the earth would not say, okay, we need to do a little vetting here of people? And what happens once you have to actually show that you're a worker, and then you get your credentials and so on. And then if you never cause any trouble, then they have no problem. You go in, you show who you are, and you go to work. Why? What's the entire point? Well, you have a bunch of terrorists over there who want to come kill a bunch of people over here. We have to do something about that. And if you say, okay, we're going to have a fence between it so we can sort of weed out the terrorists from coming over here, that's apartheid. You just heard it from Hasan Piker in his mansion.
Alhamdulillah. This is from the IDF. During the Second Intifada, terrorists from Judea and Samaria executed horrific attacks, including shootings, suicide attacks, and bombings. The violence proved to be most fatal between 2001 and 2004, when 984 Israelis were murdered. As a direct response to the attacks, the IDF began construction of the security fence. The security fence proved to be a highly effective measure for reducing terror attacks. The graphs below demonstrate how terror has decreased since its construction. You will see the graph now.
Stopping terrorism is apartheid.
Number one, the security fence has reduced suicide attacks to zero. Look at this.
Wow, look at that.
Look at this graph.
That's the number of suicide attacks, ladies and gentlemen.
suicide attacks. So how evil of Israel
Shame on them.
to stop Palestinian terrorists
Shame on
from killing
Israel.
themselves.
Shame on Israel. They're stopping these poor Palestinians from slaughtering themselves in the name of Allah. How could they do such a thing? By the way,
apartheid.
They were he was explaining the system too, as far as people coming through the checkpoint. He's pointing out, like, okay, even if someone has the credentials, how do you check people for bombs? Because Muslims don't like going through full body scans and stuff like that. They think you're like checking out their wives and stuff like that, and checking out their you don't want to x-ray them because that upsets them, and he's concerned about that. And then he's like, and then he explained that any system you have for detecting, because you can do swabs and stuff like this to check for bomb chemicals and stuff like that. He pointed out the most effective thing on the planet for detecting explosives are dogs. Dogs are the best things on the planet for testing for explosive residue. And so he says, okay, so we got x-rays. Muslims don't, that's going to upset Muslims. Dogs are also going to upset Muslims. So at the checkpoint, you're walking through this little tunnel, but there's a vacuum system that is sucking up air from around you and putting it into the next room where they have a bomb sniffing dog. And so you don't ever see the dog. You don't even know the dog's there. You're walking through this, but the dog is still sniffing for explosives. It's like they're bending over backwards to avoid offending Muslims as much as possible, with the only goal being stopping the suicide attacks. And this guy, shame on you. Shame on you for what? For stopping the suicide attacks? That's apartheid.
I brought this up before, even when the Israeli founders were discussing on what to name the Israeli state in the English language in international relations. We have records of them sitting down and discussing what would not upset the Arab population inside Israel, inside the new Israeli state, or what would not upset the neighboring Arab state if such a state is established. This is the history of Israel trying as much as they can not to upset these people, and they get upset no matter what is done.
Yeah, that's the problem. If you have a group that believes that they are supposed to control the entire world, and that if you don't let them control the entire world, you're oppressing them, there's nothing you can do that is going to make them. You can bend over backwards to appease them. If you don't let them take over your country and the entire world, they are perpetually enraged. That's what we're dealing with here.
Wow. Very funny thing that is happening. That Daniel Kikic posted. Speaking of,
anytime you say the word funny, it's usually something horrifyingly bad. So I don't even know if it's actually going to be something funny or if it's going to be like 1 million people just got slaughtered.
No, it's just Daniel Kikic is spreading fake news to his Muslim audience and being busted on it. Daniel Kikic posted this article from the New York Post, published April 26, 2024. He says, why does Israel want to make it illegal for Americans to question events surrounding 9/11?
Good question.
It says Congress to vote on bill that would criminalize questioning the events surrounding 9/11. The problem is you can clearly see that this is a fake article. It doesn't exist. And there's also
no such article exists from the New York Post. We just talked about this. How these guys, because their followers are so insanely stupid and conditioned to mindlessly believe anything they say, will just go along with anything. And here's what's amazing. Look, scroll down a little bit. Look at how many people liked it. So 967 likes, 333 retweets, right? Got that? Yeah. So, but think about this. AP, if I saw you sharing this complete fake news and you didn't like issue some retraction soon after saying, oh, I normally try to be careful. I don't know how this slipped through or something like that. It won't affect, but here's the thing with the Dawa, it won't affect his popularity with his fans at all. He could lie to them 1,000 times in a row. Every single tweet he posts could be a complete lie that gets instantly debunked. It would not matter at all to them. They just don't care. Lying is an acceptable form of communication in Islam. It just is. And if guys, if you what's really crazy is when I say that to them, it's like, why do you guys like lying? Why do you approve of lying? Why is lying so normal? No, we believe in the truth. Your actions show otherwise. Your actions show that you just love lies. The entire Dawa community loves lying to achieve whatever they're aiming at.
I'm always glad to see, dear Daniel Hakikichu, that you have Muslim here in your bio while doing horrible things like these, just to help us, just to help spread a very good reputation for how honest the proponents of Islam are. Thank you. Very good job. Man.
Liar! You're a liar! You're a liar!
Welcome to Dawa, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Dawa.
Fact 2. Just 5% of the security fence is made of concrete. The concrete areas which are built near roads to prevent shooting attacks have proven very effective. Here is a graph, shooting attacks from Judea and Samaria. Look at this massive decrease. Massive decrease.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, Israeli casualties from Palestinian terror.
I mean, look at how crazy those shooting attacks are.
Yeah,
you're talking like over 2,000 there back in 2001. Mm-hmm. They were pointing out it was just becoming like normal in Jerusalem, like all the time, shooting, bombing, bombing. And that really messes people up psychologically. And so, hey, why don't we take some steps? Why don't we just build a little fence right here and have a checkpoint? And you see, it's apartheid, it's oppression. This is insane, man.
Further, overall Israeli casualties from Palestinian terror have significantly declined since the early 2000s. Decrease in Israeli casualties from Palestinian terror. Here is a graph for that as well. However, this is all genocidal graphs. So, yeah, shouldn't trust that. This is all ethnic cleansing.
Declared Israel to be an apartheid regime in 2021, in the April of 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Let me, before I move, hang on. Before I just want to bring in our two British panelists here, but just finally, just to clarify, Hasan, I can't quite work out whether you said you do think October the 7th was an unjustified act of revolution or whether you changed your mind. So can you clarify?
I think
you hear how angry he gets.
Mind. The 7th. Can you clarify?
I think that violent means of maintaining an apartheid is inevitably going to yield violent retaliation.
So was it justified?
Something that is completely avoidable.
Was it justified?
Civilian deaths are never justified.
You know what, Hasan?
Hang on, Emily.
You look Hirsch Goldberg Poland's mother in the eyes. No, you look this.
This is just a clear. This is a perfect example. Hasan, you get angry because somebody is asking you to clarify something which you deliberately make ambiguous, which you deliberately obfuscate, which you deliberately avoid answering directly. You say it is bad. It is not acceptable. However, it happens and it can be good. What in the hell does it even mean? This is known as the perfect example from 1984, doublespeak. That's what it is. That's what you're doing, Hasan.
That's what they do.
Why can't you just give an honest answer? Because you're a terrorist sympathizer.
Person's mother in the eyes and you tell him that this was justified. You tell him his arm being blown off and being held in captivity for 200 days is justified.
I do love that the Israel defender has no capacity to fucking hear anything I'm saying.
Palestinians who are made of identity.
It just if you're not going to respect me
You
and
think
listen
that
to what
we're
I have to
occupying
say,
the West
which, by
Bank?
the way,
You
of course
think
you
we've
don't
occupied
respect.
Gaza?
Oh, if you talk
Look what
over each other,
happened.
nobody can
I'll just
hear
keep
you. I
speaking
just
What do
want
you
to
mean
give,
I think?
you
It's
do.
not
I just
I
want to
think.
give
It's not I
Hasan-
think. It's the entire
Hasan,
world knows.
No, it is you
Okay?
think.
It's the
You
entire
only
world
think that
Emily,
it promotes
please.
your narrative.
Let me handle this, Emily.
Always this whole audacity, this arrogance of the pro-Palestine side, saying, "Oh, it's everyone, the whole world sees it, the whole world knows it now." No, the whole world doesn't. It's not the whole world. They can never agree. Is it Zionists controlling the narrative and controlling half the world, or is it the world is waking up when the whole world knows what's going
The
on?
whole world is on our side. Politicians, journalists, everyone's on our side. The Zionists control everything. Our politicians and journalists, everything is controlled by the Zionists.
Hasan, just before I come to the two people who are with me here, I just need some clarity here, because it seems like you're dancing around whether you think October the 7th was justified
why are
or
we
not.
doing this? Why are we doing this?
I'm with Hasan on this. Like, dude, it's every single interview with Pierce is like 2/3 of the interview is, do you condemn this? Do you condemn that? Do you condemn this?
I'm not. I am not on Hasan's side with this. I would. I do think, however, that Pierce is repeatedly asking the question and thereby making it unproductive. What he could be doing instead is to just call them out.
Yeah, it's very simple. Here's how it goes. So you be Hasan Piker. You be Hasan Piker. Hasan, do you unequivocally condemn the atrocities on October 7th?
Well, there is a atrocities are being done on both sides.
So that's a no. That's a no. Everyone take note. He would not condemn it. All right.
No,
that's it.
No, I do. No, I do condemn it. No, I condemn it. I condemn it.
Okay, now let's move on.
No, I condemn it. But however,
Hasan condemns Hamas and their actions on October 7th. All right, let's move on. That's it. Notice that would have taken that whole exchange would have taken 30 seconds if D1 and AP were running the show.
Yes. Here, learn something, Pierce. I know you're watching, Pierce.
Masturbation.
You're watching because we heard you use a word that we used.
You said hello. That's what we say all the time.
No, what was that word? Haranguing. You used haranguing. I used that. I knew that word from the SAT. I knew that word harangue from the SAT. So you obviously watch us.
Yeah. October the 7th was justified
or not.
Why are we
doing this? Why are we doing this back and forth masturbation? I've already given you my fucking position.
Why does everything always come down to masturbation or molestation with these guys? I don't know.
What is back and forth masturbation? That's weird. That's a weird thing to say.
Pierce, why are you trying to whack me off here, Pierce? What the heck is wrong with this guy?
Pierce, I'm not enjoying it anymore. Why are you trying to masturbate me?
You want to see my feet? You want to see my feet?
If repeating it over and over again.
Okay, I just ask this. It's okay.
Ask this
Emily,
demon next to me wearing a fucking IDF dog tag.
Only when it's Jews, it's okay.
Wow. Did you hear what he just
said? What did he say about her?
Wait, hold on.
Ask this fucking demon next to me wearing an IDF dog tag.
Did he say, what did he say?
Actually thinks Israel.
Go back.
Why are you doing this?
I'm
He's
sick
happy.
and tired
it's
of repeating it over and over again.
Okay,
because
I just
it's Jews, it's okay.
Ask this
Emily,
demon next to me wearing an IDF dog
Only
tag.
when it's Jews, it's okay.
Please stop shouting at each
next to
other.
me wearing an IDF dog tag if she actually thinks Israel's actions are just.
Okay, so he calls her a demon, and says wearing an IDF dog tag. I don't know. I don't want to give this guy the benefit of the doubt, but I'm pretty sure that he knows what that tag stands for.
Isn't that one of those bring them home thing? Because they gave us those too.
Yes. I have those. I should have.
Yeah, I got one around here too. Yeah, they were giving us those like in the place where they're like where they're literally putting the chains on them and stuff like that.
Yes, I got some extra ones with me. Got some of them somewhere around here. I don't know, but those are specific tags that say "bring them home" on them and are worn in solidarity with the hostage.
This makes you a demon.
With the in solidarity with the hostages. This is not something that you wear because you're like, oh, I fully support the IDF and they should do everything they should kill everybody. That's not what it is. This is This is the tag. Let's see. I can probably find some online photos of them, some online pictures. Here, you have different kinds of those. You have newer ones, older ones. They are shaped like this. They say, "Bring them home now." You can see it right there. That is the same tag. Is one of those. It says, "Bring them home now," and it is in solidarity with the hostages, urging to release them or to bring them home. And his response to that is, "Ask the demon who is wearing an IDF dog tag." What a terrorist.
Wearing an IDF dog tag if she actually thinks Israel's actions are justifiable.
Bring them home.
Do you
it's
see
to
me
bring the
rocking
hostages
the fucking
home. The hostages
all right,
that you
you're talking
rightly
over each
believe
other.
belong in
All
the
right.
You know what
tunnels
it
of
is.
Gaza.
I'm going to give you two.
I'm
going to let you two calm down. It's pointless. We cannot hear you when you talk over each other. Every time recently, I have someone from both sides.
Pierce, you got to learn one. Get your tech team to learn one thing: cutting people's mics. You have control. If you tell people to be quiet and you don't say, "Okay, I'm giving you a timeout," that's how you treat someone like Hasan.
But pay attention to the disgusting detail here, which is he says that she's wearing it to troll people.
When you talk over each other, to calm down. It's pointless. We cannot hear you when you're
wearing a Star of David.
Every time
you're being openly Jewish on this show. How dare you be openly Jewish?
She's wearing a tag to remember the hostages and say, "Bring them back." His response to that
is literally genocide.
His response to that is it is deliberately in the shape of an IDF dog tag, which you wear to troll people. That's his response to that. So instead of actually engaging with why it is being worn and talking about the hostages, which, by the way, is a open and clear war crime. It's as clear as it gets. There is no ambiguity about it, right? You can make all kinds of accusations about Israel right now, about how they conduct the war, about the targets, about the casualties and all that. And you say, this looks like war crimes. This looks like genocide. I'm going to take this to court. And you can then talk about whether it is a war crime or not, whether it is genocide or not. When it comes to taking hostages, what Hamas did, there is no ambiguity about it at all. There is nothing to discuss. There is no difference in opinion. There is no, "I don't agree that this is a war crime." No, there is nothing at all. Taking hostages is a war crime, period. There is no further discussion involved. Uninvolved people have gone through all kinds of mistreatment, torture, according to the UN team, through sexual assault, through rape, and otherwise sexual mistreatment by your Hamas terrorist organization. And instead of talking about it, your response is, "Oh, you're just wearing that to troll people." Wow, man. Disgusting, sick pieces of...
You're a troll, just like Barbie. Crackhead Barbie.
Man.
Recently, I have someone from both sides on, like, it goes like this.
I'm wearing this rusty necklace.
Please,
because
can you
there are
listen to me,
200 Israeli
Emily?
Civilians in Gaza right now.
Can you stop doing this to each other, please?
Emily,
Nobody
Emily,
can understand a
can you
word
condemn the
either of
actions
you
of
saying.
Israel?
Now, let me come to Esther and James here.
There we go. That's what I was thinking. Come on, get to the other two people.
Diana B said, I did hear him unironically say that the people are putting up posters of the kidnapped just to make pro-Palestinians look bad and unhinged when they take them down. I will take your word and
that sounds like something he would say.
Yeah, that sounds like something he would do and he would say, yes. Oh, man. Why don't you go and live in Turkey, Hasan?
Emily condemns
No,
the actions of
Hasan,
Israel.
you will please let me moderate the debate.
Why did you ask her about 30,000 people?
I've got two panelists here who've not had a word yet.
Because you're a fucking terrorist.
Isn't this weird though? Like, Pierce, it's your platform. How has he not figured out how to control people who won't listen to him? It's guys, it's very simple. Anyone who has the ability to convey this message to Piers Morgan, here's what you share. Before you start, you explain the rules to them. Guys, I'm all for, it's fine if you have some interaction. If it gets to the point where we can't even understand what people are saying because they're shouting each other, I'm going to tell you to stop. At that point, you have to stop or I'm going to cut your mic. You stop or I'm going to cut your mic. That's it. Those are the rules. Do you accept the rules? Okay. Don't complain if I enforce it. That's that simple. And you wouldn't have all this endless chaos.
Here it is. Apparently, Hasan is offended by this.
Shame on
He's
you.
offended that people wear these tags. Which
Here
say,
supporting the IDF here, AP.
It says, bring them home now. That's what it says. Apparently, that to him is unacceptable. That is disrespectful. That is trolling. He is disturbed and offended by the fact that people point at the hostages and want them to be freed. That's apparently how he feels about it.
You said he's disturbed, and I thought, hello, darkness, my old friend.
Hasan, yeah, I hope all your Hamas terrorists and all your Hamas supporters, Hamas advocates, and Hamas fighters, Hasan, I hope all your Hamas buddies choke on tags like these, which will cut them and choke them and kill them. Hope that happens to all your Hamas members, Hasan. Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
And I think you're a terrorist. And I think you're a terrorist as well.
Okay. Well, I'm not the one wearing.
Because until the hostages are home,
I'm not the one wearing a bring them home thing. If you want hostages to be freed, that's terrorism.
Yeah, actually, I should clip that message to Hasan that I just delivered and he won't watch a live stream, but pretty sure he will watch clips. He does it all the time. So let's clip this message and send and post it and send it to him.
If you
I
cared
love
about
how
the
you're
hostages,
condemning
you would
me.
be
You are
screaming at
exposing
Benjamin
your
Netanyahu.
own terrorism
Benjamin
on live
Netanyahu
television.
is the hostage
You are
killer.
exposing.
Benjamin Netanyahu has killed more hostages than
Hamas.
Hamas.
You need to be
think you're
condemning
achieving
Hamas
here?
for not only oppressing the Palestinian people, but for spreading
Do you
terrorism.
hear Pierce?
I don't see your
Like
outrage.
he gives up after a while. He says, "Hey, quiet, quiet, stop it, quiet, stop it. It's not working. Stop. Okay, just go ahead."
Yeah.
He does that every show. That's every show.
Seriously, these people need a better studio. These people that need a better setup where they can actually cut people off.
It's very easy to cut a mic. It's very simple.
They probably don't know how to do it. They're behind. They're behind in technology.
Israel gave Gaza back in 2005,
I would like to, please.
and Hamas has turned
Can you
this
both
into
please,
a terrorist haven.
Emily and Hasan, can you please show some courtesy
Hamas
to the
is
other
the lesser
panelists?
evil in comparison.
Wait, what?
Emily and Hasan, can you please show some courtesy
Hamas
to the
is
other
the lesser
panelists?
evil in comparison to Israel.
Can you please?
Hamas is a lesser evil. He just said it. Hey, P, you need to, if you want to clip something, clip that. Hamas is the lesser evil.
So
terrorists that are genocidal and hell-bent on wiping out Jews, period. They're the lesser evil when compared with the people who don't want to be exterminated.
Yeah. So according to Hasan here, Hamas is a lesser evil compared to Israel. Based on what exactly? I can tell you it's based on Israel's entire existence. And Israel, just by existing, is worse than whatever Hamas stands for. Hamas came into existence as a so-called Islamic resistance movement. That's what Hamas stands for. It is the Haraka al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya. That is how it's abbreviated into Hamas. And their entire purpose, according to their covenant, or their charter, which they published in 1988, is to fight for Allah, fight for Islam, and destroy the Jews, fight and hope for the eradication of the Jews, which you can read here in Article 7 of their charter. You have it right here, where they say the Islamic resistance movement, Hamas, aspires, let me make this bigger here, aspires to the realization of Allah's promise, no matter how long that should take. The Prophet, Allah bless him and grant him salvation, has said the day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews, when the Jew will hide behind stones and trees. The stones and trees will say, "O Muslim, O servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him." Only the gargot tree would not do that because it is one of the trees of the Jews. This is the great promise that Hamas is waiting for, that they aim for. This is how Hamas came into existence, 1988. This is when they published their charter, in which their great hope for which they are waiting, is right here, openly, right here on screen, in their documents, to be read. They want an extermination, a killing, a destruction of Jews. That's what Hamas stands for. Further, Hamas also in this document references all kinds of conspiracy theories, including, but not limited to, the protocols of the elders of Zion. Their plan is embodied in the protocols of the elders of Zion, and their present conduct is the best proof of what we are saying. And by the way, they are using the same tactic here in the charter. Despite how terrible this charter is, despite how horrible, how evil, how messed up this is, they are using the same method of obfuscating, of being ambiguous in speech deliberately, calling them Zionists here, and referencing a conspiracy theory, a fake document known as the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is not about Zionists, it's about Jews. It is about Jews. It's not about Zionists, it's not about Israel. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion is a forgery which was created in order to accuse the Jews of having this plot of global domination and all that. It was spread wildly in pre-Soviet Russia and also in Europe and over the century throughout anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic populations and people. This terrorist organization has conducted all kinds of massacres against people and has justified them, and we even have videos of them openly calling for further massacres against Israeli civilians and Jewish civilians in general. However, according to Hasan here, it's no big deal. They're the lesser evil compared to Israel, which from the beginning had no intention but to exist together with or alongside the Arab population that is also part of the land.
But AP, you don't understand the context. Yes, Hamas calls for the genocide against Jews, but the Jews existed first and hurt their feelings. So who's the greater evil? The ones who want to exterminate them, or the ones who offended them by existing?
Well, of course.
Explain that.
You make a very good point. You make a very, very good point here. Make a very, very, very good point.
They want them to not exist, but they do exist, and they refuse to not exist.
Here is my favorite Hamas member, Fatih Hamad, announcing official Hamas plans back in 2018. And pay attention. In fact, let me play this right after watching that part again from Hasan.
I'm
You're
condemning
achieving
Hamas
here.
for not only oppressing the Palestinian people, but for spreading terrorism. I don't see your outrage at Hamas. Israel gave Gaza
All right,
back
listen,
in 2005,
I would like to, please.
and Hamas has turned
Can
this
you
into
both,
a
please?
terrorist haven.
Emily and Hasan, can you please show some courtesy
Hamas
to
is
the other
lesser
panelists?
evil in comparison to Israel.
Can you please?
Said it multiple times.
Hamas is the lesser evil in comparison to Israel. Here is Hamas.
في هذا اليوم وفي هذه التجليات بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى لنتطلع إلى أمرين مهمين نحن قاب قوسين أو أدنى منهما. أولا هو تنظيف فلسطين من دنس اليهود واستئصالهم بإذن الله، وهو قاب قوسين أو أدنى. 4 سنوات إخواننا، 2022 بنكون خلصنا منهم. أما الأمر الثاني وهو إقامة الخلافة بعد أن تتعافى الأمة من سرطانها وهو اليهود بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى. أنه لا يعني أننا سائرون في مسيرة العودة السلمية، أننا تخلينا عن المسيرة العسكرية الجهادية، فيدنا على الزناد ومصانعنا تشتغل وتعمل في الليل والنهار، وفي كل يوم نقدم جديد من كل ما أوتينا من قوة، من أعصابنا، من عظامنا، من لحمنا. في كل يوم نصنع المزيد من القوة العسكرية، والدليل على هذا الأمر أن عدونا لا زال يرهب حرب مع كتائب عز الدين القسام ومع إخوانهم من الفصائل الأخرى. لا يجوز أن يسيطر اليهود.
Point made. Here you have Hamas speaker speaking in 2018, promising that in 4 years, by 2022, by the way, it's 2024. In 2022, they would, in his words, cleanse Palestine of the filth of the Jews, or to be more accurate, of the Jewish filth, the filth of Jews, and to establish from there a caliphate after the region, the Muslims are finally healed from the Jewish cancer, from the cancer that is the Jew.
And saying over and over again, guys, we are spending every waking moment preparing for violence. Every waking moment we're preparing for war. These guys are on the other side of a fence.
Yep.
You're in Israel. These guys are on the other side of a fence. It's a fence. These guys. And there was until recently there wasn't even a fence. These guys are just over there, wanting to wipe you out. And then, shame on you for building a fence, for wanting a fence between you and these guys right here. Shame on you. You're evil if you want a fence. This is apartheid. If you don't want these guys just right down the street from you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Wow.
And he also said, but he's talking for those who haven't noticed it, the fact that we are participating in the peaceful return march, he says, does not mean that we have abandoned the military path of jihad. We are preparing every day to fight them and to kill them. So you hear people complain about the peaceful march of return, and how the peaceful march of return turned violent, and Israel shot at the people who were trying to enter Israel and killed people. And this is so bad. They were just peacefully returning. Here you have it. Here's Hamas themselves encouraging people during the peaceful return march, while telling them, we are just doing this right now to peacefully enter, but we will eventually fight and kill and annihilate the Jews. I'm not sorry to say, Israel, dear Israelis, stop apologizing. Don't feel the need to apologize. Don't feel the need to justify. Don't feel the need to say sorry. Don't feel the need to explain. These people don't care about your lives. They don't care about your well-being. They don't care about your feelings. They don't care about your rights. They don't care about anything. If they had the chance, they would annihilate every single one of you. If they had the chance, they would annihilate every single one of you, possibly after raping every woman that they have, that they can get a hold of. These people around the world who are going around saying free Palestine, anti-apartheid, Zionism is oppression, and so on. These people obviously do not care about you. They don't care about you. They don't care about Jews. They don't care about Israel. They don't care about you. You got it right when Israelis say that you have to look out for each other. You have to look out for yourselves, because you can't be left to the mercy of these other people around the world. Eventually, it all comes down to them looking out for themselves. They will not look out for you when it comes down to it. When push comes to shove, and when you are under threat, when you are about to be exterminated by these people, the people around the world will not care about you. They will look out for themselves. They will let you die, and then they will make movies and write books and stories and cry about how terrible it was that so many Jewish people were killed. While you are alive, they don't actually care about you, which is why you should not apologize. You should defend yourself. You should stand for yourself. You should not apologize, not try to explain things, and get rid of these bastards who are the actual ones, the actual perpetrators, the actual criminals, the actual genocidal ones who want to cause a genocide. These are the ones who want to do a genocide. And you have every right to protect yourselves against that. Don't feel guilty. Don't say sorry. And Hasan says, this is the lesser evil. Go fuck yourself, Hasan.
Stop talking, both of you, and let the other two panelists have a say.
Soundbite, Pierce? I'll give you a
them some
soundbite.
courtesy. Please. Some courtesy for your co-panelists here. Now, Esther, this is one of the problems I have with this whole debate, is that increasingly...
Her name is Esther.
It just descends into a screaming match.
The two on the end are pretty calm.
Palestinians and pro-Israelis.
And the biggest losers are the victims of this war. 33,000 dead Palestinians, over 1,500 dead Israelis. These are the biggest victims of this, because you're shouting at each other. And
wow, I'm surprised that somebody actually came here and mentioned the Israelis. Whew.
Nothing is getting, like, you completely forget having no courtesy for us. You're completely disrespecting actual victims of this conflict, which, by the way, didn't happen in a vacuum. And I think that's the most important.
All right, and there goes all the respect.
Yeah, it's not in a vacuum. Muhammad made it one of the goals of his religion to completely exterminate Jews, and there are Jews who don't want to be exterminated. That's it. So that's the main background.
Okay, yep. Anyway, point taken. Done with this.
Powerful. Sad we never got to hear Mr. Pinkhair.
Mr. Pinkhair is making faces so far, and apparently doesn't have much to say. I repeat, Israel, stop apologizing. You don't need to apologize. People don't care about you. You should care for each other. In fact, that is one of the messages of traditionally of remembering Amalek. People think that is a very controversial and very bad thing and a genocidal thing. How can you say remember what Amalek did to you? But it is a Jewish tradition. It is part of the history to say remember what Amalek did to you. Remember the evils outside and inside. Remember and look out for each other. Look out for yourself. Be good. Don't let Amalek destroy you. Stop apologizing. You don't need to apologize to these bastards. Anyway, Samuel Robinson said, late to the party, y'all go live when I work. LED Grape by STJ reminded me of the Smile to Jenna. Reminded me of The Grapist by WKUK. You should check it out. What is WKUK? I don't know. WKUK. I'll check it out. Dehydrated Pie said, Crackhead Barney said all the hostages are dead and they're not coming back. Is that part of her act? I DM'd AP the video on Twitter. That sounds very, very messed up. Very messed up. Very, very messed up. Jack said, hi guys, awesome as always. I saw a clip of her where she goes to a right-wing rally and start saying some really, really messed up things, and talking about how talking trash about black people and things like that. So I don't know. It's just completely unhinged. It's hard to tell what in the world she's doing. Awesome as always. She was 9 years old, guys, being interviewed later by Middle East Witness. What? Who's Middle East Witness? I have to check it out. Middle East Whiteness. We'll check it out. We'll have to check it out. She was 9 years old in an interview with this hero. Aha. I'm going to have a look at that. Thank you for letting me know. Esikwam Videri said, I woke in higher ed. Professors love this stuff. They don't have to work. They still get paid and congratulate each other in their group chats and emails. That's what they do. Abu Bakr said, David Wood, what happened to the food in the fasting video? He ate it all. Yeah. What are you laughing at? What are you listening to?
I looked up the grapist video. Kids, we're gonna grape you in the mouth, but it's like a product, like a like candy or something.
God. Oh man. Wait, is that a comedy group or something?
Yeah. Looks like it.
Nice. Obey says
she's begging to get graped. Look what she's wearing. Oh boy.
Jack said,
"Oh, it's grape fizzy pops. It's a commercial for grape fizzy pops." Anyway, sorry about that.
That sounds disgusting. Jack said, "I would like the goat's opinion on the subject, please."
Huh. Actually, I mean, Pierce's show might be a little better if it was just okay. And what do you say about this, Hasan? Moving on. That would be it.
Yeah, better than what Hasan has to say. Why does all of the Islamic groups look like they designed their logos in Microsoft Paint? Alhamdulillah soft. It's because they did.
Graphic design is our passion.
Hunting Shark, they throw a tantrum for it in an intifada. Their screams sound awfully similar to the goat scream. Coincidence? I think not.
You mean this goat scream?
Debo Drew said, these people are sick. Oh, I already read this. What's wrong with you? Ari Wasserman said, intifada is often translated as shaking off. Since Sheikh Yabudi has never shaken his at any of these protests, that proves these people are innocent heroes who just want the best for the children. That makes sense.
Yeah, you should go to one of these protests as Sheikh Yabudi and like twerk for everybody.
We should together go to the protests, and I will take Sheikh Yabudi with me. Throw a tantrum. David, what that impression sounded like Patrick Bateman from American Psycho. Can you say, have you heard of Huey Lewis and the News?
Have you heard of Huey Lewis and the News?
Does it sound like that? I don't know. Toilet Bowl Earth says,
have you heard of Huey Lewis and the News?
Says, your hatred for Islam is one thing, your apology for Zionist activity is another. Start being a Christian, David Wood. Just a thought.
Oh,
no, David.
I don't know, man. If I'm against terrorism, if I'm against jihad, and I don't want jihadis violently subjugating the world, and I know they're obsessed with wiping out Jews, kind of makes sense that I would be on the side of Jews resisting being exterminated. I don't know. That's not. I'm not sure what I'm getting wrong here.
How could you? How could you? Anyway, my response to Toilet Bowl Earth is,
get the hell out of here.
Hunting Shark says, what did these professors and students think Globalize the Intifada meant? Essays, vibes? They thought it's dancing. They thought it's dance moves.
We have seen those awesome dance videos.
Didn't you see those awesome dance videos?
I mean, how many seriously? I mean, how many Gazan lives have been saved because of those dances?
They saved many lives.
Too many to count. Too many to count.
They saved too many lives. They need to save fewer lives. They saved too many. It's getting out of control. Wanted to find one of those, but couldn't find it yet. Anyway, daughter of the Most High said getting arrested, she could lose her job, especially due to university code of ethics. Former professor. Oh.
No, guys, those are even apart from you. Those are serious charges: assaulting a police officer, interfering with an arrest, and then resisting arrest, and then admitting it all, like you're Andrew Tate on a video. That's serious stuff. Like I don't know what the political situation is or how easy they're going to go because they have all this, go easy on crime and stuff. So they might let her out with a little slap on the wrist, not on the head, and so on. But you don't know. She might go into court at the wrong time where the courts are trying to show that they're standing up for police officers and that they're not going to tolerate police officers being hit in the head and so on. That they're not going to tolerate interfering with arrests. You might go in there at the wrong time. And yeah, it's going to be rough for the university to deal with a professor getting multiple felony charges.
This is still my favorite video from everything recently in the last few days.
What do you say is the main goal with tonight's protest?
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stops. I honestly don't know all of what NYU is doing.
Is there something that NYU is doing?
I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're... Do you know what NYU is doing? About what? About Israel. Why are we protesting here?
Palestine will be free!
I wish I was more educated.
This is classic. We don't know why we're here. We have no idea why we're protesting. We're just told by whatever group we're in that we have to come out and protest. We have no idea what any of this is about. We're completely uneducated. We're completely, utterly, totally ignorant of everything that's going on. We've just been told we have to show up and protest. And so we do. We obey.
Oh yeah, the dancing here. Egyptian atheist said Al-Qassam mating ritual.
Wow. This just made me want to support Hamas. Wow, this is really making me rethink everything, I believe. Powerful.
Every move of these, especially when the crowd cheers, 1 inch of Palestine becomes free. Yeah. So they just freed several inches of Palestine just there.
Yay!
Woo! Thank you for freeing Palestine.
See, we're making a difference, people. We're making a difference here. This is how we make a difference with our dance moves. And next up, we have Turbo and Ozone from Breakin'. They're gonna change the world.
Man, oh man. Well, wake up, bombies. Cheeky Shaky says, can someone play the Bad Boy song while the cops are telling them down? I never ask for anything again. You need to play that by yourself. I can't play it on here.
Oh, dude, that would actually be a hilarious clip of the cops slamming her on the ground and bad boys, what you gonna do? You can make an entire cops parody song.
There'll be based parody. The Uralic tribe said, as someone whose people were behind the Iron Curtain, it's insane how the same people who were considered capitalist enemies are now like communists. This was predicted to happen by Stalin himself. This is a good point. Panchman, does the professor know nothing? She's supposed to tap lightly with a toothbrush. It's because they were not taught Islamic morals and education. This is the problem. You can be a professor as much as you want. If you don't learn Islam properly, you are uneducated. Yeah. Pork Hunt says, are there any talented people in the chat that could do a Syrian girl version of Michael Jackson's Liberian Girl? Hey, I love that song. Liberian girl, you know that you... I don't remember the lyrics. Syrian girl. That's funny. Kouasan Words said, AP, as a Turk, do you feel Hasan Piker represents Turkey's slide from secularism? What? Turkey's slide from secularism. How do you guys not know who's saying do not pass me by? Hint, my avatar. I don't even know what your avatar stands for. What is do not pass me by? Do not pass me by. I don't know. I have no idea. David probably knows. As a Turk, do you feel Hasan Piker represents Turkey's slide from secularism? No, I think Hasan is a very unusual case, actually, even by Turkish standards. He, in Turkey, he would not be accepted with the views that he has, with his socialist views especially. He would be an unpopular figure in Turkey and be counted as a communist who is a threat and a traitor. That's how he would be regarded in Turkey. So I guess there is maybe one thing that I can agree with on Turkey, with Turkey on. So terrible situation, yes. But he is not. What he does is, in Turkey, usually there is a large part of the population of young people who, in the transition from high school to the first years of university, they go into left-wing politics and believe, we will do a socialist revolution and change this country forever. It will soon happen. There are these idiot Turks who have these aspirations, and they actually believe in communism. And a few years later, once they grow up and once they get their first job, they move on from that. Hasan Piker is stuck right there, and that's where he stands. And such people are not liked in Turkey at all. Yep. 5 silver pesos says,
just funny. AP talking about people not being liked in Turkey.
I mean, I would be hated in Turkey. I am hated in Turkey with my views. So I guess there's something I have in common with Hasan.
So are we supposed to agree with Turkey and their hatred of other people or not?
That's the thing. I hate Turkey. I am hated in Turkey. Hasan is hated by Turkey. But I also agree with Turkey's hatred of Hasan and with Hasan's hatred of certain Turkish politics. It's all very complicated. In the end, we all work together as a giant plot by the Turkish government as undercover agents to overthrow the American Empire and re-establish the Ottoman Empire. That's what we do. 5 silver pesos said, and they said Borat couldn't be done again. It can be done again. It's crackhead Barbie, as Hasan says. Michael Bacon says, you call Hitler a fascist. It's treated as a fact. Call him another word for a bundle of sticks. You get reported to Twitter. Not fair. Ari Wasserman says, wait a minute, what happened to that tweet? Earlier, Michael Knowles, for some reason, made a very weird tweet. Well, if he's just baiting people. But he said he made a tweet that went, you know which politician famously loved his dog? As I thought, oh gosh.
That's funny.
The replies. And then people were responding with Hitler. I pointed out, easy, it's Franklin Roosevelt. But I don't know. I don't know what happened. Artie Wasserman said, where's Mrs. Apostate when her husband is playing video of a half-naked mental patient? That's what I do. That's what we do. Abu Ahruf said, someone should tell Crackhead Barney there is a famous pile of cash in Dawa. She just needs to say Shahada and she's in.
Hey, Crackhead Barney, if you're watching this, you really want to troll someone?
Say I converted to Islam and go out and start talking in the name of Islam. But behave exactly as you are. Lots of them will actually accept you because they are so desperate for any convert. NNN said, take my jizya. Aussie PM argued with Elon over banning Sydney church stabbing video while the bishop claimed it should not be censored. He becomes the biggest attention seeker in Australia. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Do you have any updates of what happened?
Aussie PM argued with Elon over banning Sydney. No, I haven't seen that. Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
Inshallah. Daughter of Most High, David, I'm Blackfoot to mom's side. My other grandma was Sacagawea, dad's side. Praise
Sacagawea.
God. Sacagawea. Nice.
Yeah, I remember when I found out I was Blackfoot Indian and like I was familiar with the Iroquois and stuff like that. And I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna check out these Blackfoots. They're gonna be awesome warriors." And it's like they're these calm
peaceful
hunters, and they fish for trout and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, darn.
Jokes on all of you, because the Native Americans, they came over from the what's it called? I forgot the name of it, but what is
land
now,
bridge?
Yeah, that land bridge from Siberia to Alaska, and all that. They came from East Asia, and they and then populated the Americas. And I as an ethnically Turkish person, as a descendant of Turkish people, am supposed to go back to the ancient Turkic people who were living in the northeast Asian steppes, where those Native Americans also were. So Native Americans and we are cousins.
So you're my cousin.
Yes. Something like that. I don't know. Yeah. There is not even a Turkish ethnicity. It's a Turkish genetical chain. It's all a giant joke. I'm probably Greek or something.
Mutts.
Roger Copy said, David, you need initials like AP or IP. How about EP for erudite polemicist? That sounds very nerdy. Or
I don't want P in my
Pillowmaking
initials.
Crimson.
It sounds disgusting. IP, AP, UP, we all P.
Everybody P.
My initials are DW, as in when you're in trouble, you call DW.
That's too much.
Yeah, but you don't have a cool little when you're in trouble, you call DW. You don't have something cool like that with AP. It's like, oh, AP. Oh, Apus.
Look here, P. Woody.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
P. Whizzle.
What about PP? Said Eucharist enjoyer.
No.
Chief sitting turkey. Oh, that's my name. Yeah, that's my name. That should be my native name, my indigenous name. Roger Copy says that Ariwasaman said multiple maps. Ali Dawa master debaters. All the Dawa master debaters. Yeah, they're all maps.
Lots of maps.
Catholic Cat said freedom çizgi filmleri. Ben Shapiro and why are you typing this in Turkish?
And there's also those aren't real letters.
Why is this written in Turkish?
How did this person get to make up his own letters?
It says Freedom Tunes, Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens' debate. Freedom Tunes made an animation about
funny.
that. Why are you writing this in Turkish?
That was funny. And then like Kanye was in there and everything.
I don't know. I find it a little bit weird. It was kind of strange.
Oh, yeah. It was
Bear Lamb said, Dear AP, my great-great-great-grandfather was Christian Wolff, famous German philosopher, much better than Nietzsche. No. Oxus said, love you both, but especially David. LOL. Not reading the rest of this. LOL, thanks for all you do as a newer Christian. Your work has been so helpful. God bless Brock. Thank you. Muchly. Zedred and Zeno Mommy said, what do you think of the Israeli song Day of Judgment? I think it's Israel's version of Fortunate Son. Fortunate Son for the USA. DOJ for Israel.
I know Fortunate Son. I don't know Day of Judgment.
I know Fortunate One.
It ain't me. It ain't me.
D. Boudreau said, was that song known before it appeared in what's that movie? Forrest Gump?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's where I first heard it.
CCR is that's one of their famous ones.
Okay. Debodro said, what would happen if GoPro footage was projected onto buildings inside of protest encampments? Ooh,
that would be a good idea. Wherever they show up, someone gets someone that starts projecting the footage from October 7th.
Wow.
When and then record it as these college morons cheer. Yay, get him, get that Jew, yay, get that Jew.
I feel like it would be so messed up and a horrible thing, but also a big opportunity to expose these people and to expose to them what in the world they're supporting. NASA official, you guys are great. 100% of people protesting for Palestine now would have protested for Nazi Germany during World War II.
Yes,
well,
the Germans are being oppressed.
It didn't happen in a vacuum, you know.
Yeah, look what the Jews have done there.
This is, by the way, the stuff that Nazis were saying, that the Nazis were actually saying, as they were escalating the situation in Germany, they were saying that they are being persecuted and oppressed by the international Jewry. That's what they were saying. Beatrice said, "Shout out to the most Christian atheist ever."
That title is awesome.
Seeking nothing, finding Jesus.
That's your title right there, man.
Soon at a bookstore next to you. LOL. That's good.
That's your title right there.
I'm gonna write it. Jax, hi guys, awesome as always. The She Was 9 Years Old guy is being interviewed.
Hey, you already said this.
Thank you. No, I didn't. Jax, the ghost expert opinion on current events, please. I didn't read this. John Choi said, was mich nicht umbringt, macht mich stärker. Yes. This means what does not kill me makes me stronger. Boris Adams said, is there anybody find the red velvet underwear that Mohammed stole from Badr Raid? Yes.
That's in the Hadith. Well, that's in the Hadith. Well, here's what I recall. So this is Sunan Abu Dawood, and there's a hadith about some red velvet coming up missing, and they start people start saying that maybe Muhammad stole it. Maybe Muhammad stole it. And then a Quran verse gets revealed saying, no, a prophet would not steal anything or something like that. But I've heard, I didn't verify this, but I've heard that even though in the English translation it said some red velvet's missing, that it's actually refers to some woman's red velvet underwear, and people are accusing Muhammad of stealing the underwear. But I don't know.
Yeah. Red velvet. Bam. Bukharian said, Rabbi owns Sheikh Ibn Farouk, must watch. It's not letting me send a link here. How can I send you the link so can watch it? You can send it to me on Twitter. You can send me Twitter things directly. Michelle G said, AP, I'm still waiting for Nabil's sequel, Seeking Monotheism, Finding Richard's Donkey. Here are a few shekels to buy it from him. Okay. Soon. I find it hilarious that the left, far right, and Muslims are on the same side. Muslims support Palestine because of Ummah, even if they know nothing at all. That is true. It's all a giant Nazi movement at this point. How can you not see that? Louis Cornelius made a super chat. Thank you so much. Wahrheit oder Lüge says, Wahrheit oder Lüge said, part-time Muslims, those who practice only what they like. Indeed. That's what every Muslim should be. Or they should just leave Islam and become Christians. No, Apostate Aladdin will say, and here you can see how he is promoting Christianity. Now what will ex-Muslims do who will click on this video and will see him say these words? And they will be discouraged, and they will thereby revert back to Islam and become terrorists and kill themselves. What will all the questioning people do? What will all the Muslims do who already are used to the stereotype that ex-Muslims are undercover Christians? This is just a very clear-cut confirmation, and he is not even joking. Unsolicited Dick became a YouTube member. Very welcome, Unsolicited Dick. Christopher C says, AP, don't let Islam keep you from coming to Christ. Not all religions are false. Thank you, Christopher C. But I like to make my own decisions. Bukharian says, must watch. I already read this. What's wrong with you? Sahih Muskris said, Hasanus makes me sick. Stay out of people's...
Sounds like a Roman. He could have a Roman name. Hasanus Maximus or something like that.
Yes. Kawasn word. Abu Ahoof said, seriously, David, can coach crackhead Barney how to do dawah and make her popular? And if Barney promises 5% to Ibn Ketchup, she has also a shake.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Crackhead Barney, I know you're watching. We know you're watching because you have been starting to use the same lingo, the same vernacular. We heard you say, and you also say words that we say, like Piers Morgan, for example. So we know you're watching. So get in touch so you can learn how to do dawah. It will be very good. Johanna Bukhama says, the pink-haired dude is far left and he famously misgendered and insulted Douglas Murray by calling him a cis white man. Google it. And
is that? I remember something like that where he's like, you're a cis white man. Like, I'm gay.
What's his name again? James Barr? James Barr. Douglas Murray. Let me see. Where is that?
The great Douglas.
Why have I Dave Rubin here?
He's probably talking about it. Oh yeah. He's matter of fact, that's where I saw it. I saw Dave Rubin talk about it probably.
Week. He deliberately. I'm sorry, even though there's only one of them. Deliberately. I don't get this Sam Smith thing. It just seems like every week he deliberately. I'm sorry, even though there's only one of them.
There's only one of them. But does what's that?
That's
person's
something else,
name?
man. What are you even talking about?
Does he identify as? I don't know.
Why is Sam Smith they?
No, please do address Douglas first, but I just need to correct you if you're going to misgender. That's how they identify themselves.
Why is one person they?
Because that's how they identify.
Why have I got to go along with it?
Because they've asked you to.
To me, he's just on an ever-deteriorating campaign to be as vulgar and offensive as he possibly can. Am I missing something?
He's doing what pop stars have done for decades, which is trying to shock as a means to get publicity. And of course, it's pretty successful. I mean, we're talking about him at the moment. But it's striking that it's sort of very unoriginal. I mean, all the stuff he's genderqueer, and then he said he was non-binary, and he said he didn't know what it meant. Of course he didn't, because there's no such thing. But he said that they were going to. He said that he thought that he was genderqueer. And he didn't know what it meant, but he said that he would explain it someday when he did know. And I sort of think, if you're going to make everyone else distort the language, you should know what you're talking about first. So he does that.
Where is the moment? I came here for a specific thing and talking about all
probably
kinds of...
before that.
To get publicity, obviously.
I'm kind of low on cash right now. Do you think I could?
What is this? I clicked away here.
What do you just randomly?
Gender all the time, yeah. Okay, he goes gay, and then he said he was actually genderqueer, and then he said that they were going to. He said that he thought that he was genderqueer. And he didn't know what it meant, but he said that he would explain it someday when he did know. And I sort of think, if you're going to make everyone else distort the language, you should know what you're talking about first. So he does that to get publicity, obviously. And the other thing he does is he does this sort of. Taking all his clothes off stuff. And the thing that makes it different from other people is that when, I don't know, Justin Timberlake or Rihanna or someone stripped down, they do so because they look good, like their bodies look good. Sam Smith, ridicule me. But it's hard not to ridicule people when they present themselves.
Disgusting. What are you talking about?
Okay, we're allowed to find it disgusting.
No, you are not.
Yes,
you can't keep commenting on what people look like all the time.
Yes, I can. If they're going to dress like that on a stage in front of millions of people around the world, absolutely I can.
Thank you for getting the pronoun correct. I really appreciate that.
Do you think what we're looking at right now is
programmed it?
Cis, white, straight man, you can carry on.
I'm not a cis anything.
First of all, I am white. Secondly, I am a man. Thirdly, I've been out and gay my entire adult life. I was out as gay when you were still prancing around talking about whether or not you were. If I were you, I would do the tiniest bit of research before opening your mouth. You're embarrassing yourself. That's probably why people would want to come to your show.
All right, embarrassing yourself.
Gentlemen.
Your shame, cis, white, straight man.
What a loser.
that.
Do you think what we're looking at right now is sexy?
Yes, I do. You're both cis, white, straight men. You can carry on.
I'm not a cis anything.
First of all, I am white. Secondly, I am a...
What a
Oh
dork,
my God.
man.
What a dumb.
Isn't this interesting? Like they have the mentality when they go in there, I'm just going to be no actual content. I'm just going to be annoying as possible. And that's what I consider an own, because I'm a...
You know what? I don't make I have a different position from what many people, I guess, would have, even if I think that this guy is completely annoying. If you asked me to refer to you with as they, I would probably do it, just to be like, yeah, okay, if that's what you want me to do, fine, yeah, okay, now let's keep talking. That's all right with me. It's okay. But why do you have to sit down and be the pronoun police?
They. Everything you say, they.
Why do you have to be the pronoun police, the language police?
Why can't
you just let people
You just
say
said you.
whatever they
I don't
want?
want you to say you. I want you to say they.
Man, you can carry on.
I'm not a cis anything.
First of all, I am white. Secondly, I am a man. Thirdly, I've been out and gay my entire adult life. I was out as gay when you were still prancing around talking about whether or not you were. If I were you, I would do the tiniest bit of research before opening your mouth. You're embarrassing yourself. That's probably why people would
I
want
don't
to come
think
to
so.
your
I think
show.
you're embarrassing yourself.
Gentlemen,
shame to the queer
You know what?
community.
I'll tell you who's really...
I love Douglas Murray. He's just ruthless, man. Man. Anyway, I didn't know this. Yeah, pretty terrible move on that guy's part. Yeah. Yes. Let's continue. We have a few more super chats left, and then we will move on and watch.
Then we'll get to the real point of the video.
Yeah. Panchman said, hypothetical, if Mexico were to start shooting and bombing Arizona and Texas regularly, would the college students still say the eyes are the leather strap of the anus? Sorry, I still chuckle. Yeah, I would think that it would be. I mean, it would be acceptable if Mexico just started bombing, just firing rockets and all that. That would be very nice.
Can we agree? Can we agree that if Mexico started sending regular terrorists to blow up people and shoot people at random and just slaughter people in general, that any sort of border security would be genocide?
Yes.
Okay.
It would be
As long
apartheid.
as we're on the same page with all that.
It would be apartheid and genocide. Both at the same time. That's how it always works. What is this? Quran burning to Hava Nagila at Portland, Oregon. What?
Nagila, what? Play it. Where is
What?
Now that's a dance I can get down with.
That's pretty. Are we actually? Is this known to be? Who is this?
You can't trust everything on a.
Is this the person posting it?
Looks like it.
Quran
looks like
burning
all the
to
videos
Hava
are.
Nagila. And this is a person who's following me and who says the woman who burns Qurans, and is the person who is apparently doing it. Is this? Am I getting this right? Is this the same person who is there on the video doing that?
That's what it looks
I
like.
assume so. Quran burning Saturday market in downtown Portland, Oregon. More soon. Really? In Islam, rape, incest, and pedophilia justified. Oh boy. So, this is interesting. Who is this?
I don't know.
Who are you?
Just joined Twitter in January.
It's following me. Okay, I followed back. Please get in touch. This
is pretty disrespectful. Is all I'm saying.
It's very disrespectful. Pretty brave. Interesting act. Huh. That's funny. That's funny. So wait a minute. The Hava Nagala is not actually in the original footage that was added later. Is that what I'm getting? Yes, that's what it looks like. Okay. That's interesting. I'm sure David would like to have a conversation. Muhammad's love stories. Your best friend has a baby girl. She's only 6, but you're already thinking about her. Your best friend says you can marry her at 6 years old. What?
She's got a GoFundMe. I created a GoFundMe for DC and Dearborn, Michigan. I'd like to get to those places this summer to burn Qurans.
That's literally what's in the GoFundMe?
Yeah.
Wow. Where is that? Is that on her page?
Yeah.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Let me see.
Let me see what happened. The GoFundMe just says funds for DC and Dearborn.
Oh.
Oh no, but it says right.
No,
it actually says in the description of the GoFundMe. I don't know how this is still up. People just must not have caught on. It says I want to go to places like the White House, Capitol Hill, and Dearborn, Michigan, to burn Qurans. I want to do this while speaking on a megaphone. The things that make people cringe when they find out.
About the parts of Islam that Muslims don't talk about to the outside public. I hope to do those things summertime this year, 2024. The money will be used for travel expenses, lodging, food, and security. What do you think about this cause, David?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good cause. Pretty good cause.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting cause. So
pretty good.
how about this? You can find this person.
Real
American.
Real American.
Right here, you can find this person on X and find the fundraiser, GoFundMe, on here. And I don't know much more about this, so I don't know what to say, but looks interesting. Interesting. Yeah. David says it's based, so
it's pretty based.
Based Autistic says Herr Heidinger, Nietzsche is our guy, atheist. AP, Nietzsche is my guy. Coincidence? Draw your own conclusions. Well,
it's Heidinger.
It's Heidinger. Pam Maram said Jesse Waters used to do weekly on street quizzes, and Americans couldn't do simple math or geography of their own country, historical dates. Real shocker. Joshua said it was a clip from the movie The Messenger. AP, how long did it take you to leave Islam? Did you try to resist at first? God bless. I did try to resist at first, but then I was told resistance is futile. So I just decided to leave Islam in the end, because the ex-Muslim Borg movement came and forced me to leave Islam. That's what happened. But if you want a more serious approach, I actually published why I left Islam videos in the past, so you can check it out there. It took a long time. Cold Star, I can't believe I just made these dorky Star Trek references. Like, who in the world actually
watches? Like you might as well tattoo nerd across your forehead.
Yeah, might as well delete the channel at this point. Cold Star said AP and David Wood, time to expand. Get some chairs and big cameras. Let's discuss this over a big table with coffee. Will too. Soon. The Mad Philosopher. Actually, it's called the Mad Philosopher. I don't know why it's called Philosopher. Said, hey, David, quick question. Is 1 Timothy 3:16 a mistranslation of Jesus being God?
No, you can have disagree. You can have, there can be multiple ways to translate it, but I don't think it's a mistranslation.
Beast. Knows too much said FYI B'Tselem that Hasan quoted is far leftist NGO funded by anti-Israel foreign entities, which even includes the PA itself. Yeah, I haven't heard much good stuff about B'Tselem before. There is one source, by the way, which poses as human rights group, which people should look out for, which is not a legitimate, proper human rights group, which has been, especially recently, since October 7, going around, and which has been cited as a human rights group. It's called Euromed, I think that's what it's called. That group is not a proper human rights group. It is called the Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor, Euromed Human Rights Monitor. That group is an explicitly anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian group that frequently shares fake statistics and fake news, such as that without basis, without any proof, they asserted, for example, that 90% of deaths in Gaza are civilians. And they have no evidence for that. They have never presented evidence for that. But this is a group that is run by, that was founded by Palestinian pro-Palestinians, and tries to pass as a human rights organization. So always be on the lookout for that. Venus Envy says, if two-tiered policing is apartheid, then I guess the UK is an apartheid state for its own people. Hasan deserves no respect. So arrogant. Every country that has separate laws for citizens and non-citizens is an apartheid state. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
it's an apartheid state. Yeah.
No, I looked up 1 Timothy 3:16, because you do have, like, the King James, it says God is manifested in the flesh, and then others say he, and it's a textual variant based on whether you go with the Textus Receptus or Sinaiticus or something like that. There's a textual variant, whether it says he or God. So that's a textual variant. So anyway, the point is that's not a mistranslation. That's whatever you think is the most reliable manuscript sort of family.
Based. So yes, that's true.
This is a quick response. I don't want to spend much time on this individual, but it's a quick response to a person who calls himself the apostate prophet AP. This Apos individual is
he just engaged in name calling.
Yeah.
Now we got to call Muhammad Mopus.
Yeah. And by the way, Muhammad was a child molester.
Yeah, child molesting, murdering rapist, you say?
Yeah.
Preacher. Okay. So I wanted to test whether he believes in moral subjectivism or relativism, because sometimes I put something on Twitter and then delete it, and they think, oh, he's deleting it because he said something out of impulse and now he's deleting it. No, there's a method behind the madness to be able to show you the hypocrisy of these individuals. I said to Apus, if I were you, I'd rather die from the cowardliness that I have, the pain of a coward, than continue, or something to this effect. So
you told him to commit suicide.
Go and kill yourself. So go and jump off a building, go and kill yourself.
I'm wondering if I should take this.
There's a method to the madness. Like when I told that guy, I asked him if I could suck on his wife's tit, talking to a fellow Muslim. It's like when I asked him if I could suck on his wife's tit, and then I took it down. No, there's a method to my madness. It's like when I said that Western women who criticize Islam, deep down, they want to be raped. It's just like that. No, there's a method to my madness. Hey, I'm sorry, Hijab, but that name calling right there gonna cost you a page of the Quran, sport.
No, come on.
He's the one who wasn't he the one who started all this in the beginning? Was that him?
Yes.
Wasn't that him and running his mouth?
Yes.
Oh, my goat's getting jealous.
Okay, but
There's enough for both of us, goat.
This is just screenshots like these are just amazing. It's always good that this kind of stuff can be found permanently, forever, on the internet. Okay, can I suck your wife's tit to make her my room? Yeah, I'm wondering if I should take this soundbite and should put this on my soundboard. This one here.
So go and jump off a building. Go and kill yourself.
Oh.
Do you think it would be acceptable? Do you think it will pass?
No, you get in trouble for it, even though it's him.
Yeah, yeah.
The YouTube censors would be like.
Boris Adam said, Jesus teaches let your answer be yes. Yes, no, no, anything more than that is evil. But as you see, Hasan as follows this cult, they never answer yes or no. They keep going around lying, deceiving. It's because Hasan read 1984 and thought it's an instruction manual. So that's what he's doing.
Oh no, I ate the Quran. Oh, I'm getting chest pains. Allah got me. It's all true. Just kidding.
The dehydrated pie said, Crackhead Barney. I already read this. What's wrong with you? Random OK said, Norman Finkel, dumbass, would literally be a Jew catcher during the early 1940s. Yep. Can't comment on that. Read your super chats more frequently as your Jew overlord. I commend thee. Just kidding. Also, I'm snacking on Bamba. That shit is worse than crack. I liked that stuff when I was there. That was good, man.
What was it?
Aren't those? I think those are those little things with those little snacks there. They are. Wait a minute. Was that the one I'm thinking of? I think they are these little pieces with different flavors inside. Yeah. I don't know. Bamba. Anyway, they're little Israeli snacks. They were very nice. I ate a bunch of them when I was there. Sakura Arai said, when it says in polls that 70% of Palestinians support Hamas in similar polls, how do we know the people being surveyed aren't just saying yes to avoid Islamic punishment? Can they speak freely? The polls are conducted by a... they are conducted usually together with the Washington Institute and... what's it called? The PCPSR.
No, however they're conducting their polls, it's whether it's online or it's got to be anonymous. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the 30%.
Yeah,
who are objecting.
It is conducted by a Palestinian organization themselves, which is based in Ramallah in the West
You
Bank.
said based,
which is based here, together with the Washington Institute, which is an Israeli. Actually, it's an Israeli pro-Israel American organization. Is that the same thing? The Washington Institute. So they conduct those together, but many of them are conducted just by a Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research themselves, and are done anonymously. So nobody is forcing them at gunpoint, and they are saying that they support October 7, and that is usually considered reliable. Christina. I hate that Arabic always appears so small on the screen.
Yes, Arabic should be bigger because it's Allah's language.
It should be the biggest. David, will you go off?
Written on the moon. On the moon.
Well, look at this. Look, compare this. This is like very, very clear, very big. And then you have Arabic, which is like cramped together.
Because it's weak. It's a weak language. Look at your
David,
little weakling language.
Will you go off on one of your rampages about Islam's avalanche of apostasy? I need some positivity after all this nonsense.
You got to wait. You got to wait because, again, there are massive implications for what's going on right now. And there's a reason they're getting more and more desperate and trying more and more to outrage the world. They understand this is not going the way they thought it would. They thought Israel, if they threw a bunch of tantrums, that Israel would just back down and not continue going after Hamas. And now Israel's all the way down into southern Gaza. and there's not much Hamas left to eradicate. If Israel completely destroys Hamas in spite of all the tantrums, and if the tantrums around the world accomplished absolutely nothing, you're going to see it. You're going to see the avalanche accelerate even more when people realize all these Dawa guys, and with Allah on their side, can accomplish absolutely nothing in this world.
It is going to become an avalanche.
So yeah, patience. You're going to see it collapse even more here pretty soon. And the fact that all the Dawa guys that are remotely popular right now are all massive narcissists who are going to start eating each other alive for popularity, and that they've been rallying around people like Sneeko and Andrew Tate as their new hero. There's no way this works out well for Islam. So sit back, watch the show, enjoy.
If you're going to eat each other, don't do it while alive. There is no reason to do it. There's no reason to do it at all. It's stupid. It's not practical. It's not pleasant. It's not good. Do it through regular traditional means, cooking, while not alive. Don't be weird. Montar said, I was wondering, with Sneeko saying people aren't born attracted to the same sex, my question is, are people born attracted to goats? Yes.
Yeah.
That's that is what is known as goat sexual. Famously. Bukharian says, must watch. Rabbi, I already read this. What's wrong with you?
What do you like? What do you like? Circle through the same ones over and over again?
Yes. Nikki said, I'm so hopeful that Rogan will interview the Green Prince. I hope so.
Got to do it, guys. You should be messaging Joe Rogan saying, hey, get Masab on there.
I wonder if he will also do the regular treatment and offer him weed during the interview. And
can you imagine Masab on some weed?
That would be fun.
Or like some sort of stimulant. I mean, like if he became more intense, if he took something that dialed it up more. I don't know.
Man, Moo Joe said, I just watched the end of the Piers Morgan Hasan show. You should watch it as well. The pink-haired dude and Esther made really good points.
Oh, wow.
Don't be a snowflake.
I bet the pink-haired dude is really has evolved in his thinking since his discussion with Douglas Murray.
They Kenneth Crenshaw said, how can you support Zionists when the world knows that the IDF have killed
1.3 billion Gazans? That's
all under the age of 10.
That's a lower figure. That's the lower figure.
Yeah.
Some
have actually
some think the number of Palestinian children that have been killed is over 1.17 trillion to the 17th power.
Yeah.
And that's confirmed by Hamas and Mohammed Hijab. He saw it in a headline.
Yes. There's also further proof that that Israel is now committing another Holocaust against the people of Gaza, against the Palestinians. And Zionism is the new Nazi, and something like that. It's all genocide. Because think about it. During the Holocaust, there were gas chambers, and now in the Palestinian territories there is Gaza. Do you think that's a coincidence?
Mm-mm.
See, Kenneth Crenshaw said, "How can you?" I should clarify, just in case there are pro-Palestine people watching, that this was not serious, what I just said. I know you guys are completely retarded, but this was not serious.
Apostate prophet admits that 1.3 billion Gazan children have been killed. This is a proof.
Mike Roch says, this is so childish, man. If David would have to choose between 700,000 winglings and Richard,
and whatever the alternative is, I would choose that. I don't care what it is.
Ariwasa, when Colombia dummies, let alone Pikachu, couldn't find Palestine on a map, much less a map. Sheikh Yardik maybe could, though. Most likely, I think Sheikh Yardik actually has the skills to do that. Yeah. Sahimas Chris said, radical nationalists and socialists hating Jews sounds Islamic. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? This is true. Unicorn said, go to her 8th Quran burning, attacked at Palestine rally. Oh, Ara American Uncensored on YouTube. On YouTube too. I have to check it out.
Hey, AP, I just thought of a joke. I mean, not a joke that you would tell, but it could, you need to get Daniel Hakikachu or one of these guys wearing a Palestine shirt. And then you say, the question is, can you find Palestine on a map? And then you show the picture of the Dawa guy wearing a Palestine shirt, right? Hey, I found Palestine on the map. Get it?
Man.
For those of you who are watching, MAP stands for minor attracted person, but it's also what we think of as a map, right? Get it?
Yeah.
Can you find Palestine on a map?
It also stands for like a depiction, a visualization of anyway, yeah. 8th Quran burning, attacked by Hamas supporters in Hillsboro, Oregon. Wait a minute, what is this?
So here we go.
I guess it's her.
Yep.
I just subscribed.
That's American.
I just subscribed. This video is 7 minutes long.
Whoa, she's pure balls.
Okay, but does she ever explain what she's doing? Like, do they know what she's doing?
Well, she's yelling stuff. Oh, there they come.
You know what? This is my country. I'm fucking native, bitch.
I tried to take her Quran. Oh, she's stepping on the Quran. This woman's stepping on the Quran. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, she stepped on the Quran. She stepped on the Quran. You saw it right there.
Quran, that's evil.
Yeah, lady.
You're sick. You're sick.
That's very disrespectful. Putting your foot, the bottom of your shoe, on the Quran. Burning the Quran is one of the accepted methods of disposing a Quran. Stomping on it. Hey, you should take just the clip. Say woman at pro-Palestine. Just a little clip from here. Woman at pro-Palestine. Muslim woman at pro-Palestinian
Pro-Palestine activist.
Stomps on Quran. Stomps on Quran.
Pro-Palestine activist disrespects the Quran. Shocking.
Quran, that's evil. You're sick. You're fucking sick.
Wait a second.
You're sick. You are sick. You're sick. You are sick.
Wait.
You're sick.
Wait. I have to get this right. Wait a minute. Wait.
You're sick. You are sick. You are sick. You are sick.
Wait. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. Anyway.
It does.
Anyway.
Can't believe it. Or stomping on the property like that.
You burn the Quran. That's evil. You're sick. You're sick. You're sick. You're fucking sick. You don't fucking know. You're fucking evil. You're evil. Get out of here. Get out of here. So much for peaceful religion.
She's still stomping on the Quran. My goodness.
You're burning our book. Yeah, I'll fucking burn another one.
I'll burn another one.
Hey, God wants people like you to get killed.
She's started fires over there.
I'm on.
She started fires.
Police.
Please help us, please.
Help us, police.
Well, you're fascist, but also police. Somebody is burning something. Please.
Look, property. I got permission from the cops as long as I'm on the sidewalk.
Nice. Got
Tell
permission.
them that you're leaving. Well, the police are helping out. So.
Yeah, you don't even need permission from the police if you're on the sidewalk.
Antifa wrote a freaking article on me, and it got like a dossier that goes back 12 years. And this girl thinks that she just cracked some kind of a secret code. It's crazy. Oh my God. This white chick who's never left the state of Oregon is going to tell me what it's like in it. Oh my God, this bitch is stupid.
Who is this? Where is she from? I'm really wondering. Really wondering. What's the first video that I can find on this channel? Let me see. La 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 la. Where are you from? Okay, I opened this one earlier, but...
So, here we go again. It's happening again in Afghanistan. They're killing women, saying that they're not virgins and killing them. There's a girl there's a video of her getting...
She's wearing a Star of David. Could also just be in solidarity because it was only published in February. I don't know. I'm really wondering who this is and
They killed her, and you could...
where she's from. Really curious.
Well,
really
she had
ballsy
in her Twitter thing, she had Acts 19:19 listed, so that's from the New Testament there.
Oh yeah. So it might be that she's just wears this for solidarity.
That's where they that's where they burn some magical scrolls.
Based. This is based. This is based stuff. Anyway, interesting. I am interested.
You should get her on a show with you.
Yeah, probably. What? Eucharist enjoys that she's Turkish. Stop it. Can't be true. Can't be true. If she's Turkish, then I have to take it back and unfollow and unsubscribe.
Just so you know, though, if you get her on with you, I don't want to be on that show because I will not be any part of disrespecting the Quran in any way.
Yeah, I know. I'm just going to invite her here to.
Yeah, but I mean, imagine if some Dawa clown is watching your show at that time. Just think about his feelings, AP. Think about his feelings.
I was also just going to invite her on here to ask why she would do something like that to this book. Right?
What are you doing? AP, look what you just did. I mean, think, AP. Look at this. Look at this from the perspective of a viewer. If some new viewer comes on, he sees you do this. What's he going to think? What's he going to think if he sees you doing this? Huh?
This is a fair point.
If he sits there and watches you, he comes on here, nice guy, comes on and watches you, and he sees you do that. What's he going to think? What's he going to think? Or let alone if he sees you doing that, what are you doing? What are you, a goat? Come on, man. Think about other people and not yourself for 5 seconds.
You're sick. You are sick.
That's a good point. Gobbleword said, do you have any info on history and Palestinian influence on the Libertarian Party? Weird to hear Dave Smith defend Gaza. I do not know, but the Libertarian Party is also a joke.
No, I mean, I don't know a ton about politics, but you wouldn't have to be influenced by Palestinians in the Libertarian Party. They generally believe that the government is supposed to be limited to like preserving and protecting people's rights, and they generally want to stay out of like foreign wars and stuff like that. So you don't have to be we've been pressured by the Palestinians to stay out of that. That's kind of a libertarian view. Stay out of that. Stay out of other people's stuff. Just focus on protecting rights and stuff.
Yeah. That said, I maintain the position that the Libertarian Party is a joke. So that's that. There is a great need for third parties or for more parties in U.S. politics because the two-party system is a much bigger joke, and it's ridiculous. But the Libertarian Party is definitely not the answer to that because the Libertarian Party is a joke. Garbled words. Hey, David, how do you reconcile the new projections of Islamic domination through birth rates and your theory of growing apostasy? Well, David is wrong. Islam will rule the world soon. So that's
yeah. So this is, I mean, you have these studies and projections from years ago And they're saying, hey, just based on birth rates, here's how Islam is going to grow. They're not factoring. I mean, they were at the time factoring in the current rates of apostasy back then. The rates of apostasy have been going like that, right? Again, it went from close to 0% to 24% in like 15 years among young people. That is skyrocketing. And that's all happened in this sort of age of the internet where we can expose the lie of dawah clowns. So when they're doing these studies and making their projections, it's okay, here are the birth rates in Muslim countries, therefore this is going to be the Muslim population. There's something that is skyrocketing, right? We are in the midst of something skyrocketing and of dawah collapsing and so on, and of entire arguments like the scientific miracles and the perfect preservation of the Quran, which were their go-to arguments years ago. These are all falling apart. So I'm looking at the trajectory. They're looking at the trajectory of the birth rates. I'm looking at the trajectory of apostasy rates going through the roof and continuing.
If the trajectory continues as it is.
The trajectory continues as it is. And you say, okay, you got the trajectory of the birth rates and you got the trajectory of apostasy increasing. Do the math. Do the math. Doesn't look good for Islam.
Yep. As they say, if the trajectory continues as it is going to become an avalanche. Listen up.
That's what I should have on my soundboard.
Yeah. I said Bamba is a peanut butter Cheetos shaped snack. If you eat it, you instantly become a ultra Jew Zionist. Zionist protocol, MK Bamba, mind control. I know this is why I became an ultra Zionist Jew. I went there, I ate that snack, and I thought this is good stuff. And I became an ultra Jew immediately, in an instant. Bukharian said searches on YouTube, Orthodox rabbi crushes Muslim sheikh. I already read this.
No. Now he gave you the details on finding it
by Rabbi Yaron Reuven. That's the video I was talking about. David, can you look it up and see if it's any good? Stephen Glanz said 24-hour stream. Yeah, this is going to be a 24-hour live stream. We have been live for 4 hours already, and we are going for another 20 hours.
Hey, you can check it out. It's only a 3-minute some video.
That sounded very weird, but yeah, I'll check it out. What's it called?
Orthodox rabbi crushes Muslim sheikh that deceives Jews.
It's Muslim sheikh.
And it's by Rabbi Yaron Reuven.
Rabbi Yaron Reuven.
You believe in the Torah, right?
I believe there was a revelation revealed to Moses.
Okay.
I do not believe this Torah today is a preserved revelation.
Oh, Allah says no one can change his
first thing I see clear numeric contradictions. Let me show you.
Proceed. Okay, numeric contradictions.
Okay, sure. So here...
He's going to go to the one that says 42 or 22.
Was 22 years old.
Oh, yeah. How did I know? Because that's what he always goes to.
It's because you
And he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Athaliah, the granddaughter of Umri. In the same Bible, if you go to 1 Chronicles, Isaiah was 42 years old when he became king. And he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Athaliah, the granddaughter of Umri. Same Jerusalem, same 1 year, but 2 different ages.
Oh, they think they found contradictions in the Torah. Learn how to learn Torah first. Then you can find maybe something that you could actually understand. So what?
I'm sorry, but I find the attitude with which he initially responds to it just...
Yeah, learn the Torah and then maybe you talk. He needs seriously, Sheikh Uthman needs to learn his own Quran. When Jews come to Muhammad to settle a dispute, Muhammad says, Allah reveals, tell them to go to the Torah. They go to the Torah. Don't go to Muhammad, go to the Torah. And Surah 5, verse 68 says that Jews have no ground to stand upon unless they stand upon the Torah. So if that's a corrupt book filled with contradictions, Allah doesn't seem to know about it.
Mm-hmm.
What's the Jewish response for the Arabs' distorted version of the Talmud? Very simple. He says that in one part
he calls him an Arab.
It says that Ahaziah was 42 years old. That's in Chronicles chapter 22. But in Kings 2, chapter 8, verse 26, it says that he was 22 years old. So obviously there's a 20-year difference. So this looks like a contradiction. It only looks like a contradiction to Arabs and people that don't know how to learn Torah. To the Jewish people, we don't read one verse. We read the whole book. So if you simply go, instead of to chapter 22, the place where he got confused, you go to chapter 21. Very simple. 21, the last verse. It talks about Achaziah's father. See, everybody has a father. So, like the Arabs' father is Ishmael. Our father is Yitzchak. Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov. So, the father of Achaziah, it says in chapter 21, verse 20, that he was 32 years old when he became king, and he ruled for 8 years. In Jerusalem, he departed without enjoyment because he was very sick. He had an intestinal disease, and they buried him in the city of David, but not in the grave of kings. So here we see that Achaziah's father was king at 32 years old and died 8 years later. That means 40 years old. Okay, 40. So obviously, when he died, that's when his son became king. If his son Achaziah became king at 42, and he is 40, maybe only in the Arab mathematic world it works, but in the Jewish world, it doesn't work. So what does it actually mean? Simple. You look at what the Jewish sages actually say about it. What we say, very simple. The great-grandfather of Achaziah, King Asa, okay, he married his son, Yoshaphat, to the daughter of King Omri. King Omri was a rasha, was a wicked, like these Arabs. And because they married a righteous family into a wicked family, God decreed that both will be punished, both the wicked and the righteous, because the righteous became wicked by marrying into the wicked. Very simple. So you see, Rabotai, you don't learn Torah from Arabs. You don't learn Torah from Christians. You learn Torah from the people of the book. Who are the people of the book? Jewish people. We got the book, and you're not going to find any mistakes in it. Call to.
So this guy just dissed you too, David.
I've been humiliated.
You've been humiliated. David, what do you think about this response?
It's never been an issue that I've been interested in studying. So yeah, I wouldn't know, but I don't know. I like his approach.
You do. Interesting.
I don't know how things work in the Arab world, but for us Jews.
All right. Have to follow that more closely. I will have to look at this rabbi and see what else he goes into. I find the attitude quite funny though. Anyway, she was 9 years old, said baiting people into step. Oh, there's one issue that needs to be corrected. I guess it's kind of open to interpretation what he means by people of the book, but especially if he refers to people of the book as in the Islamic
that's both of us
way, there will be Jews and Christians. So in Islam, in the Quran, people of the book refers to both Christians and Jews, and in fact it refers to actually, besides Christians and Jews, to hypothetical groups that follow the Bible, the biblical revelations. But since the author of the Quran didn't really know much about the Bible and the biblical references and the tradition, it just put out that whole term, people of the book, and Muslims ran with it, not knowing much about it. But it generally refers to Christians and Jews, although they later included certain other groups as people of the book as well. But originally it's Christians and Jews. So that's one thing that I would want to correct there. She was 9 years old, said baiting people into stepping on the Quran is the perfect move. Alhamdulillah to all hands.
That is good. I mean, if she shows up at a place with a Quran burning and they try to snatch it and she drops it and then they start stomping on it, stomp, 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 stomp. We showed you. We stomped on our book. You see.
Yes. Mateo says hijab. Muhammad, peace be upon him. Muhammad, they.
Peace be upon they. We should start that as a thing. Peace be upon they. Muhammad, peace be upon they.
Peace be upon they. Chloe said, missed my super chat about Gazans at beach. 2C TV. 2C Mahir. I will look at the super chat. I don't think I missed anything. And if I did, it's because of Allah. Being a F2 exclamation mark, the J and W is great. It develops immunity against jihadi bacteria. With all that strapping of the anus, can't be clean, you know. This is true. I agree with that. Ari Wasserman said, Kami chant, people united will never be defeated in Spanish is Es pueblo unidos jamás. Really? Será vencido. Seriously? Is that how it goes? That's a funny coincidence there. Is that really how it goes? It is. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Huh, that's funny. It sounds like Hamas. That is quite funny. I had no idea. Is that how it goes? This reminds me of my old communist times. This is a group called entitlement that I was aware of when I was a communist. Nobody knows them except me. Anyway, I believe you that is what it sounds like. That's cool. That's kind of a fat coincidence there. Also, openly Jewish guy on BBC accused of assault. Huh. David Wood, an apostate prophet, sending love from Israel. Thank you so much. Love to Israel back. Love to Israel back. We should be going. People keep sending super chats. I can no longer accept them because I need to go. I'm too late. It's been 4 hours. I wanted to end this after first. I wanted to keep this only 1 hour. She was dehydrated pie said she kind of reminds me of the crazy Walmart lady. You motherfucking accuser. Points finger. You're sick.
Hey, dude. That video that Chloe recommended is actually short and actually a good, little clip, dude.
Oh, okay.
Massive media bias. I mean, disturbing media bias.
We should look at that at some time. I'm not going to look at another video right now. It's been 4 hours. I need to go. We definitely need flavored Qurans. My goats are getting picky on the leather strap flavor. I'm having to improvise. Huh. This is a good concern. This is an important concern. We should
toss some peanut butter on those Qurans.
But you could just have flavored Quran pages. Yeah. Why put something extra on it? Noam Yezkel said, thank you, David Wood, an apostate prophet. No, thank you. Change comes from Toda Rabbah. Change comes from within says, hi, AP. I noticed that you shake. I do too. I take ashwagandha and astragalus to lower hormone. These are better than AD or any other meds. I did try ashwagandha at some point. It actually did have a nice impact on anxiety problems. However, I have severe ADHD and I'm currently medicated with Adderall, which does one very good thing. When I'm unmedicated on my own without medicine and I have a conversation with somebody, I miss half of what the other person is saying.
Because you don't care.
Because my mind starts wandering into all kinds of. This is why I was never able to do small talk with people. Because I see somebody and they're like, "Hey, how are you doing? Oh, good. How are you doing? Oh, good. Hey, by the way, recently this and this happened." And 2 seconds into it, I'm like, "The universe and the purpose behind things, and in history when this and that happened." That's where my mind goes. I can't have small talk because of that. So
and it was the perfect move.
Like somebody's talking to me.
Move.
Somebody's talking to me about something that they recently saw at the grocery store, and I think about the Holy Roman Empire and and all these things. So, which is why I take Adderall. It makes me able to focus on a conversation and on what the other person is saying. It does not take care of my severe fidgeting, which is why I'm constantly fidgeting with things and also bouncing my legs. That's what I do.
That's what they do.
Yep.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
The Hydrated Pie says, it is the first time in 25 years I was forced to watch a rabbi lecture. Also, David, take it easy on the Quran and on your diet, bad for your teeth. See, there you go, David. It's bad. Stop disrespecting your teeth.
How could Aisha's goat be wrong?
There you have it. Alethea said, David won an AP, took your advice from your perv stream and made this from your previous live stream and made this Sneaker Good Tips Mo video, and he died like a dog. Super grateful for your review. Huh, I have to check that out. Ayatollah Khamenei said, AP, have you ever considered mixing it up and...
I didn't click on anything.
Oh, I didn't? I'm just reading it here. Have you ever considered mixing it up and farting on the Quran, asking for a friend? I haven't tried it yet. I will have to check it out. Maybe when I revive my OnlyFans page. Chloe said, F small talk. They are NPCs. That's an interesting approach. Yeah. It's also a funny thing when people want to just socialize, and I can't just say, you know what, I don't really do small talk. I just pretend that I do. Anyway. Yes, David, anything else? What are we doing tomorrow?
Bunch of stuff. All of it on the Quran.
Oh, only farts. Man. So tomorrow we're going to review a bunch of different things.
Yeah, in theory, maybe there's some huge breaking topic that comes through tomorrow, but there are several smaller topics. We might break up the show into some shorter segments, cover a few different topics. Too many interesting things coming. Matter of fact, that little video might be that little short video that Chloe just recommended might be a good one to go through. Anyway, we'll have some stuff for everyone tomorrow. And I can almost guarantee that we will not be going over 4 hours on it because I respect people's time.
How about no?
I respect people's time as much as I respect the Quran, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't get any more respectful than that, let me say.
Why stuttering?
What kind of Muslim are you?
All right. Thanks for watching, everybody. I don't know why people are laughing. This is not a joke.
They're laughing at only farts.
This is a serious conversation.
They're making all these jokes. Fartois.
Yes. Anyway, we will be back tomorrow. Have a fantastic day, everyone. Thanks for joining. And as always,
homosexuality should be fine.
No, as
fart for.
As always,
stay away from Islam.
That's what they do.